Pawns becoming queens, queens becoming champions. It's the Julius Baer Women's Speed Chess Championship.
Wow! Oh my god!
Some of the world's best women chess players are here to compete in the electrifying SCC format of escalating time controls, known for its heart-pounding moments and nail-biting finishes. With a prize fund of $75,000 up for grabs, who will take home this year's crown?
Yeah, come on! Oh no! Oh!
And that was
decided in the very last moment.
At this pace and at this high level, there is very little room for mistakes.
What? That's not happening! Oh no!
Get ready, all the action starts now.
Welcome back to the Julius Baer Women's Speed Chess Championship. I'm Robert Hess. Alongside me is Irene Sukandar. Once again, Irene, we've had some fun matches thus far. Oftentimes, the final score is heavily in one player's favor. Today, we have an exciting match, the last quarterfinal between Alexandra Kosteniuk and Vaishali. How excited are you?
very, very excited, Robert. This is my most anticipated matchup because this is the matchup between generations. Kosteniuk versus Vaishali. Will the experienced player be the better player against the up and rising player such as Vaishali, the current Grand Swiss champion? We will see very soon.
That's the big question. Vaishali, she's become a household name. Alexandra Kosteniuk has been one for years. And the winner of this match gets to play Yifan in the semifinals. We already know that Kateryna Lagno and Harika are on the other side. But the winner today gets to play Yifan. That's what they all want. It's Vaishali, it's Kosteniuk. It's going to be a lot of fun.
It is going to be a lot of fun indeed, and I don't know who I will be rooting for because this is, again, it is a toss-up match. I think both players have exactly the same amount of opportunities and chances to proceed to the semifinal.
Yeah, this is one of those tight matches that are hard to predict in advance. Although we have said that before, Irene. Other matches we thought would be close, and yet one player ran away with things. And why don't we start with Alexandra Kosteniuk, because she has been a top player for such a long period of time. She's a star in her own right, and we look at her biography. She's the only player to compete in every Women's Speed Chess Championship, was a finalist back in 2020. She won the World Cup, an over-the-board classic event, one of the most prestigious events in 2021. And of course, she won the most prestigious event. She was the Women's World Champion in 2008.
Right, and I remember when she won the World Cup, it was without any tie breaks, Robert. So she won all the matches in the classical chess.
Yes, she did, because she was a powerhouse and remains to this day. And you see the look on her face. She's as determined as ever, looking like she's in a hotel room. And we did catch up with Alexandra last week to hear her thoughts about this year's Women's Speed Chess Championship. So let's roll that interview and hear her thoughts.
As always, I'm very looking forward to playing the Women's Speed Chess Championship. My only concern is that this year I will need to combine two events, an over-the-board event and online event. Unfortunately, it's always a little bit messy. But anyway, I hope to be able to stay in the field and in the tournament as long as possible, till the final, possibly. And just to play good chess. The European Team Chess Championship is going to start really soon. It starts on the 11th of November. And it's gonna last till the 21st of November. So that means that if I win the first round, which is going to take place at the same time with the European Team Championship. Then I will need to play on the free day of this European Championship, and the final can be played at home. But of course it's going to be challenging, and that's my biggest concern for the moment, because when you're traveling, you never know about the internet quality, you never know how your you will be playing with a laptop, so it's going to be more lag. So like there are many technical problems that you don't have at home, and that's I'm worried about such like technical issues. But well, I will do my best as always.
Alexandra Kosteniuk leading the Swiss women's team at the European Team Championship. Irene, have you ever done what she's doing? Have you juggled two events at the same time?
No, I don't think so. As far as I remember, I always try to just choose one of the events to play, not juggling between OTB event and online event. But of course, I've never played such as an important event like WSCC. Maybe if I was going to play, I would have accommodated both at the same time for sure.
It's so difficult to do that, Alexandra. She's a warrior. She's been fighting over the board. Now she'll fight online. But her opponent today is somebody who has had many recent successes and might be a bit better rested because she's not in the middle of the tournament. That is Vaishali. And as we look at her resume, she just won the Women's Grand Swiss. She won the Online Olympiad with Team India. She has all three of her GM norms. And Irene, just 3 points away of the GM title.
Exactly. And when Vaishali won the Grand Swiss, she was undefeated. So this is also another good record by Vaishali herself. And before that, Qatar Masters Open, we see a lot of good achievement Vaishali has done in the past few months, especially in this year.
Yeah, she has been on an absolute roll, as you mentioned, Qatar and then the Grand Swiss. And she's done many interviews because she's a star in India. We were lucky to catch up with her. Let's hear her thoughts heading into the Women's Speed Chess Championship.
I think I'll take match by match. I'm playing Kosteniuk, like very strong player. Like I want to give my best there, and let's see how it goes. So yeah, I didn't know I'm in the Yifan's bracket. That will be great to play the best women player of the world, one of the best women players. Yeah, so. My favorite time control has always been like 1+1, like shorter format. But I regularly play this Title Tuesdays with 3+1, so I'm also comfortable with that. Yeah, the more shorter, the more I enjoy.
For somebody who has been killing it OTB and classical, to hear her say, "I prefer the shortest time because 1+1." Irene, what do you make of that?
Well, it is very typical for the youngsters. You know, these players, they can just play bullet chess literally by hand without any thinking and still pretty accurate on the board as well. So I'm very looking forward to the bullet portion, but of course we will see the 5 minute and 3 minute first, and we'll see if any of these players will take a huge lead before the last stage of the match.
Yeah, and the last stage is always important, especially in a close match. And while Vaishali, she's sitting there getting ready and loves the bullet, her opponent, not such a big fan. We heard from Alexandra about her over-the-board event. She's playing the long tide patrols. Here's what she said about bullet. "I've never been a bullet fan. I think it's the only chess discipline that I try to avoid almost completely. The only exception is the WSCC. +1 with the increment does make a difference. But still, I don't enjoy it. It's too fast, too nerve-wracking for me." She's the chess queen. She's Alexandra Kosteniuk. She's a streamer. She's used to playing in front of many people. So many eyeballs on her. But Irene, she doesn't like bullet chess.
Well, she doesn't. Maybe she doesn't just grow up with bullet chess. We know that Vaishali has been brought up with lots of chess grandmasters, namely her own brother, Pragnananda, who is also very good at speed chess, namely bullet and blitz. So it's just, I think it's really the clash of generation, how these people being brought up with their chess career.
And it might be a clash of exhaustion versus well-rested, because Vaishali, she is at home not playing a tournament, but she's also the underdog according to Smarter Chess predictions. We see a 1-point spread in the blitz chess, 5+1 and 3+1, and a tie in the bullet is predicted by Smarter Chess. A final score, 13.5 for Kosteniuk, 11.5 for Vaishali, with a 63% win probability in favor of the chess queen. What do you make of this, Irene?
Ooh, I don't believe those numbers. I believe today it will really be a toss-up match. It's gonna be a very close call. The final result whether it is going to be Kosteniuk or Vaishali, I think it will be a very close score.
And while Smarter Chess predicts a win for Alexander Kosteniuk, the fans, the community, you all watching this from, well, probably work and home, wherever you are, you all had something else to say. You believe in Vaishali. 55% of the community contest predicts Vaishali will make it through. 55-45. That's a close match.
Yeah, it is really a close match. And ooh, I'm just so excited for today's matches. Robert, so many games will be played. And what are your opening predictions?
Oh, I don't know what to predict because in the WSCC, we've seen players start with one opening and end with something completely different. So I know that sounds like a cop out, but I just don't know what to expect, especially with Kosteniuk. She's so experienced. She plays many different lines. And for Vaishali, will she trot out her main opening repertoire or will she be a bit conservative heading into the candidates in a few months, right? You want to save up your best openings, you hide your novelties.
Well, I think for Faishali, I think she will play one of her main lines. As for Kosteniuk, I totally agree with you. She is a very universal. She is a very diverse player. She has lots and wide repertoire, so it's going to be very hard to predict what she's going to come up on the board. But for Faishali, I would predict two openings, Robert. I think Karokan and Naidov will come up on their games.
Yeah, there are familiar openings to Vaishali, and she has been diversifying her repertoire as most strong players do as she is approaching that Grandmaster title. But she's playing somebody who's won the Women's World Championship, who's played against many of the top players of all time. So Kosteniuk, she has that experience. She knows when to change up her lines, and here we go. We have e4 on the board, and Kosteniuk, she goes with her trusty e5, the King's Pawn opening.
Right, and I think this is the first time we see in many of the games during the WSCC. Finally, there's a rule Lopez on the board, but Faishali replied with d3, and it signals that this is going to be a close rule Lopez.
That's correct because she protects her pawn on e4, no d4s, and bishop c5 makes sure that d4 push won't happen that soon. And I think that Alexandra has this classical style. She wants to develop her pieces, get her king to safety. She'll open up the board on her own time. She's the black piece in this game, but just in general, Irene, I feel like she's not somebody who rushes her decisions.
No, no, she doesn't. She totally doesn't. She's a very principled and technical player, and I agree. Yeah, she will just develop her pieces, probably castle, and then try to start the attack.
And we just saw Vaishali sit in for a bit of a think before playing bishop e3. She is challenging the bishop on c5, and this is a bit of a game of chicken because usually white does not mind a capture on e3 opening up this rook on f1, and black doesn't always mind a capture on c5 if that means further control of the d4 square. So we see a bishop standoff. Irene, who's going to flinch first?
Oof, I'm not sure. Now this position has turned into some sort of an old Italian gioco piano position with a little of twist. And Fashal is known to be very good at it too. I think we see and remember her brother's game, Pragnananda versus Carson in the tiebreak of the World Cup. So they are sharing notes, Robert. So I'm a bit afraid that behind all this preparation, there is Pragnananda behind it. But again, we know that Kosteniuk is also being seconded by her husband, Pavel Tregubov. So, and he is also a renowned grandmaster, a very experienced and very strong grandmaster at his day. So, wow, this is not only Kosteniuk versus Vaishali, but this is also a battle of their coaches.
Yeah, a family fight right here. Of course, the players all respect each other. No punches will be thrown, at least not off the board, but on the board they'll hold nothing back. An a4 play, trying to open up the a file. Irene, I find this tension fascinating between these bishops. Neither side wants to capture the other. They say, double my pawns, please. I want to gain some space. And I said this yesterday, when you have double pawns, that sounds bad, but you get open files.
Right, but this double pawn would be an exception because if the pawn on d6 will switch to c5, it's only going to strengthen black center. So this is why Faishal is hesitant to take the bishop on c5, and instead she played h3 to prevent bishop g4, the pin on the knight on f3.
No access to that g4 square. The bishop on c8, where's it going to go? Bishop b7, staring at zero pieces, doesn't look that appealing, and maybe she will play for bishop e6. She exchanges first in e3, a good decision. We may get a somewhat symmetrical pawn structure once again if Vaishali decides to take and double black's pawns, but she doesn't.
Exactly, and I think this is the whole point of Vaishali delaying the knight moves before. The knight could have moved to c3, but she's trying to be very flexible, and therefore now the knight has moved to d2, controlling the b3 bishop, so that if the bishop takes, you don't have a double pawn on b, you take it with the knight. And I think this is a very thematic position. We've seen this in so many Rulapes and Italian games, so I think it's pretty equal right now. It's just a matter of who is going to be more tricky in this position.
And wow, Alexandra, she lashes out with f5. She didn't want only white's rook to enjoy the open f file, and that move was given a question mark, but the evaluation isn't that heavily in white's favor. So unless Vaishali can prove something quickly, I don't think that this move will backfire too much, but I'm already looking maybe queen c3 just to pester this knight, maybe rook a6 with a similar idea. I just have a feeling that this knight on c6 is a little bit loose. I don't know how white takes advantage of it though.
Yeah. I agree with you. It looks loose, and the king looks more exposed. But at some point, yeah, white has to play a very precise line to follow it up. And queen e7, now it's looking like it's equal again. All the loose pieces and pawns on b5 and c6 cannot be taken advantage of. And I think Vaishali will be moving the knight on f3, trying to force the trade on the f file. But it can be any move now. It can be any moves.
I wish I could move my queen like a knight and get my queen to e4. That would be the dream, just centralizing the queen and attacking in both directions. But knight h4, you called it, Irene. She moves the knight. She wants to take control of the f file, and in particular, she wants to plant her knight on f5.
Ooh, that is a dream square for the knight, and we've seen this typical idea again in Italian and in Rulapes too. But usually it's the other knight. You go to g3 with the idea to go to f5, but now the knight on f3 is already very good for the task, and knight h4 aiming towards f5, like you mentioned, Robert. It's gonna be a dream position for white.
I think that players would think, let me just trade rooks and then try to trade them more. But rook f6, I want to hop my knight here so bad. Queen f7 will be met by knight h6 check. This would be a beautiful tactical shot, taking advantage of multiple pins.
Yes. And also there's the question whether you take on f6 first or not. Oh, but Vaishali did it right away, not f5 and queen f8. Because like you mentioned, if queen f7, there is knight h6. Queen f8, what is going to be the continuation now?
That's such a good question. I want to bring up an analysis board for the first time today, just to show what would happen with queen f7, which looks more natural. You want to triple on the f file, bring your rook into the game, but you see the eval bar, zoop, there it goes, knight h6 check. The pawn can't take because the queen is pinning the g7 pawn, and after rook takes queen, white would go up a queen for just a rook and a knight, and with the king out in the open, it would be a winning advantage for white. So the queen, it went back to f8, Irene. I know you asked me a question of what should white do now. I think maybe, she goes knight h6 anyway. I was thinking queen g4. She brings her knight back there instead. What do you make of this?
Right, yeah. Now this knight g4 is forcing the rook to take some action. If rook takes on f1, rook takes f1, I think white is just standing better in the resulting position. But where does the rook go? The rook has to keep on the f file. So finally Kosteniuk took it, and now it's time to bring the b3 knight into the action.
She decides to go queen f3 first, not just aiming at the f file. Watch out, that loose knight on c6 is still undefended. Knight b4, yeah, it can be a bit tricky going after white's pawns, but at some point soon, black would love to play rook f8. Will she be in time? That's the critical question, because white may still play queen f7 in some positions, trying to secure control of the 7th rank.
Yes, that's for sure. Yes, the rook on b8 belongs to the king side, but if the knight goes to d8 right now, then there is no way to do it. So it's a little bit awkward situation for Alexandra right now, how or where this knight on c6 has to go.
Knight b4, that it just looks like you might be going too far into enemy territory. She plays it. The eval bar suggests it is the best move. She is attacking the c2 pawn, and if you push that, down goes d3, so back goes the queen. That seems like a small win there for Kosteniuk, forcing that queen off the f file.
Right, yes. And after queen e2, yeah, it looks a bit passive to me, but I think what you want to do is to play c3 followed by e4, and rook f8 is now offering the trade. I think if I were Vaishali, I would move my rook back to a1 and then get this free file again.
Yeah, you're fighting for different open files. You went from the F file over to the A file. I like that idea, keeping more pieces on the board. She instead plays E4, allowing a rook trade. I don't see any more danger for Alexandra. With the rooks off the board, I feel like that was the final piece that could cause some problems. I think Alexandra has fully equalized.
I think so too, and the e-file bar agrees with us. But I think I can understand Vaishali's decision by playing e4. She wants to reroute the knight on g4 to e3 and then enjoy this square because it can go to d5 or f5 at any time.
True. That rerouting does make perfect sense. Queen f7, check to the king. The king can slide towards the center. It is an endgame. Instead, she goes back to g1, and now the knight goes to b6. So I'm looking at the clock, Irene. Only one of these two players enjoys bullet. It is Vaishali. And so Alexandra, she needs to keep around level on the clock.
Yeah, exactly. And this is not really a complicated position for both of them. It will be a lot of tricks there because with one knight, it's already very tricky, but we have a pair of two knights for each. So it's going to be very, very tricky because, especially in the shorter time control, knights are the trickiest piece on the board.
That's right, and you can still change the pawn structure with a trade of knights at some point. So the pawn structure may be symmetrical. It may look very even. I'm still keeping an eye on the clock. Alexandra, 43 seconds. Vaishali, 50 seconds. I don't see much to do at the moment, but if she can create a d4 push just to put some questions to black, then things can maybe change. But now it's actually Alexandra who's ahead on time.
Right, yes. And I don't see any concrete plan in this position. Maybe these two players are just trying to play some hide and seek at the moment. You're not showing the cards yet because, yeah, this is a position when you're not sure what to do. There's so many possibilities and so many planes that you can try on, and then you're just not sure which one is the best yet.
But here's that change in pawn structure that we were indicating could happen. Knight e7 doesn't win a pawn c4, and then white will have the outermost pawn. And so c4, it's the only move in the position, so it gets a small little exclamation point. It was a very obvious move to protect the loose pawn d5. But I'm looking at an eventual pawn push, the b pawn, outside pass pawns, everybody. Those are dangerous in endgames.
Yeah, totally agree with you. But this is also showing a great understanding in the endgame by Vaishali because whenever you see this line and then you see the resulting position will give your opponent a passer on the e file, you kind of stop and not going to pursue it. But Vaishali didn't really worry about it because she knows she's going to have the outside pass pawn like you mentioned, and she's working on it right now.
And it's going to scare black. Can you take on e4? You may be able to. The engine may say a knight trade is equal, but you have to be fully confident. With 5 seconds on your clock, nobody is fully confident. She backs up. c5 at any moment can be played. White is pushing those pawns. The knight on e4 is a great blockading piece.
Yes, and Vaishali is being very patient before pushing the pawn. She moved the king first so that it can have an access to c4, b5, and so on if needed. And now, yeah, White's position are very, very well placed. And yeah, it's now a matter when is the right time to make a breakthrough.
Like right now, she goes b6. The black knight is a bit far away, so when this king comes up the board, this could be dangerous, but she steals the d pawn first. The b pawn is the most advanced pawn. I'm scared for both. Oh,
Ooh, Kosteniuk
she
sacrificed the knight, and yeah, because she thought she couldn't stop the pawn. So now it's a race between two pawns versus the knight.
and e3 clearing the square for the black king. That was a great decision. d4 and d3 can be played because after knight takes d3, the king gets the f3 square. So maybe white is frozen here, has to give up the kingside pawns. This should result in a draw.
Yeah, I think so too. Yes, these two pawns are not going to advance so much further because the knight and the king will be able to stop it. And yeah, draw is going to happen very soon.
Yeah, just give up the pawns. A lone knight cannot checkmate a king, so this will be a draw as soon as the white knight grabs the pawn, and or they make a repetition instead. But that was a close call because Vaishali was pressing Kosteniuk when it got down to the waning seconds, Irene. That's when Vaishali probably was at her strongest.
Yeah, I think so. And I'm just so amazed with the accuracy of both players. It was 93% for both. And that game, you see, it could easily be a classical game because the number of accuracy and the number of so many good moves and plans showed by these two players are just amazing.
And even when that knight sacrifice, and we'll dive into the specifics of this game in a second, was given a question mark, I don't think the eval bar ever went above 1.5. And oftentimes in endgames, that still is in drawing territory. So it was a very accurate game by both players. Here in the second game, we see doubled F pawns and isolated D pawn, but black is better according to the engines. An eventual F5 will let that bishop on G7 spy all the way across the board. But for now, the D6 pawn, that's the big target. How does black deal with that?
Yeah, apparently this has become a trendy opening these days, and especially on the shorter time control, on the speed chess, online blitz, people are just playing it. Grandmasters play it so much too, because of the practicality in the opening that it also offers so much complexity, such as now. Black is giving up a pawn in order to get more activity. Queen takes d6, and f5 is on the board. It's a very typical and very natural thing to do. And let's see if Kosteniuk is prepared against this.
Well, the move f5 opens up the bishop on g7, so that's the good news for black, that you have a long-range diagonal, and only black has the dark square bishop. Question for you, Irene. Do you prefer to have the material or the initiative? Because black has sacrificed a pawn.
I think I'd rather have activity. You know me, Robert. I always like to play some attacking and aggressive chess. So if there were some options like that, I would go for activities.
Okay, so black is saying I want much of the same. Vaishali, she's quite an aggressive player, and she did show her technical skills in that first game. But here with the black pieces, she's down a pawn. Maybe this queen will go to b6, avoiding the queen trade, creating some threats of her own. The bishop on g7 stares at this knight on c3, so a6 at the right moment will kick the knight away from the other. It's a complex position, as you said. It's not easy to figure out what to do, as the black queen can go to b6 or to g5 with check going after the king side. I'm not sure which direction I would go in, so I'm waiting for Vaishali to tell me what she wants.
Yes, yes. Wow, long castle, and we already have opposite castle on the board, and with the pair of bishops, this is going to be very interesting match. And Queen A5 now, Vaishali is already showing, yes, and showing the intention to attack.
Yeah, she goes queen to a5 here. She is putting pressure on the white queen side. a6 becomes an idea, staring at the knight on c3 with multiple pieces. So we're looking at this position, and I feel like white has some things to figure out. The black king is safe, tucked away at home, protected by a wall of pawns, a fortress of pawns, four of them, in fact, because of the double F pawns. And if you ever take on f5, the black bishop gets out, followed by a rook. It feels like black is having more fun just now, although white has that extra pawn. So in the long term, that extra pawn could be a huge asset for white. It just doesn't play a part in the current position. I think that for Alexandra, she knows she needs to be careful, and she's going to try to figure out what to do here. Not an easy decision at all, though. So I do fear for Alexandra, but Irene, I know you're settling back in there. Queen A3 just played. That's a pretty cool move, a smart move, I would say.
Well, this is also a very typical reaction when you are getting attacked, and also you already up a pawn. You just want to neutralize all the attack and enjoy the technical chess again. This is Alexandra that we're talking about. She has a very similar style to Lagno, like we saw in many games yesterday as well. They have literally the same approach. So I totally agree with what Alexandra is doing right now. Queen a3, queen takes a3, knight takes a3, and now we see how the game will unfold.
Yeah, because black can steal the pawn back and take on e4, and yet the eval bar is suggesting white is still better. So it's probably some control over the queen side. This rook on d1 is in the perfect place. This knight can jump back to b5 at any moment, try to take advantage of some weak dark squares, c7 and d6. So I'm looking at this position. At first, I thought, okay, black can't be worse. But now that I'm seeing it with new eyes, I feel like there are some difficulties despite the better pawn structure for black. Some of the squares are weaker.
Yeah, exactly. Wow, this is, I don't know how to make evaluation out of this position, it looks to me black is just standing better. Now there is no more pawn deficit in black's camp, so I think Vaishali can easily reroute all the rooks and then try to do something over the queen side maybe.
Yeah, those rooks, one to d8, one to c8 perhaps, and this knight aiming for those squares, or also potentially going back to d4. If you take me on d4, I undouble my pawns. That's clearly a small plus for white. And so this e4 pawn, it's a strength, it's a healthy pawn, but it also extended quite far. And if black ever plays f5, some of those squares, more of the squares, can be vulnerable. And knight d6, by the way, hits the e4 pawn and b7, but b7 isn't really hanging.
Right, and instead Kosteniuk chose to play knight c7, hitting on the bishop on e6. And where does this bishop go? Back to c8. Yeah, in this type of position, you just have to be very, very calm. You have to be very patient as well, not really too aggressive in showing your cards. And I really like how Faishali approached this position as well.
Yeah, bishop to c8 after sliding the rook towards the center. Now king to g7, no knight f6 checks for you, not falling for any forks. f5 can be played in the future. And whoa, h4. I don't think h5 leads to a checkmating attack, but there are some weak dark squares. So if you can push the pawn all the way up to h6, kick that king back, you can carve out the f6 square. So black has the question, does she play h5? No, h6. Irene, I like the way Vaishali is handling this.
Yes, yes. She is a very universal player as well. She can blend her tactical skill with also some positional understanding, and especially without the queens of the board, she has to switch her mindset immediately from tactical attacking nuances to some positional and end game like position right now.
And she centralizes her knight. There may not be checkmates on the board, but a knight in the center is usually a good thing. I would like to play rook d4, and that's what Alexandra does. You say technical. I think Alexandra Kosteniuk, please, please, please take me on d4. Undouble my pawns. Give me a passed pawn in the center. That's not going to happen, but the white rook is going to slide over next, and now white can try to control the d file.
Yes, and what I'm looking right now is f5 is tempting, but it also means it's just going to restrict the bishop on c8. The bishop doesn't have any other good squares, so even though something has to be done right now in order to protect e4, I'm not sure if f5 is the right move or bishop f5. But bishop f5, I like my bishop better, not to protect the pawn like that. But Faishali played f5.
Yeah, you actually just demonstrated to everybody what Vaishali was thinking about. She doesn't want to shut down her bishop. She doesn't want to weaken a square like e6, but the bishop on f5 looked misplaced. Knight c6, a great retreat, attacking the rook, protecting the rook on d8, and another nice move from Alexandra. She's like, I'm not going to give you the d file that easily. I'm going after your g6 pawn. But Vaishali knows if the rooks come off the board, black is immediately better thanks to the healthier pawn structure.
Exactly, yes. And black has also a huge space advantage in the king side. It's a dream for black to trade off the rooks because it's just going to be an easier minor endgame for black to play. Just keep forwarding with the pawns, and it will be close to winning. And now bishop b5, offering the trade with bishop versus knight. Another trade over by Fashali to exchange the rooks.
It's a good decision. It's the only open file on the board, a fully open file. So black is fighting for it. And if the rooks come off, then you see why the double pawns are so bad. Because let's imagine all the minor pieces, only king and pawns remain. White will not be able to create a passed pawn with these double C pawns. Black, on the other hand, will push f4, push e3. You already see how a passed pawn eventually becomes a queen. So double pawns, especially isolated pawns, in the end game are really, really bad. And that's why Kosteniuk is dropping to 45 seconds. I'm worried for her, both on the board and on the clock.
Yes, yes. This is not an easy decision to make. If you take the rook, you will have an inferior endgame. But if you don't take the rook, then the rook on d7 will occupy the second rank. And Kosteniuk decided to just swap off the rook and then go for I think it's not only inferior, but I think this is just a winning endgame for Fashali.
It looks really terrible for black. The only hope is maybe that you can get a knight against a bishop. So at some point, maybe she will take this knight on c6 and hope to control the dark squares. But these pawns could keep going f4 and g4. And I don't know where it stops, but it looks so dangerous for white to deal with. And the king on e5, it's not king of the hill, but that's a great king placement.
Yeah, just one correction there. You mean it looks terrible for white, right? Not for
Yes.
black.
Yes, absolutely. Sorry, it looks terrible for white indeed.
Yes, I agree. This pawn majority on the king side, I think, will decide the match or the game in this case. A knight e7 is on the board. I think I will just, well, if there is f4, there's knight g6 check, and maybe, oh, nice move, bishop e6.
Okay, so she avoids the trade of bishops. She wants to push these pawns. A6, so, whoa, bishop b3. I don't really know where that bishop's going. That knight can control the c5 square, and this knight on e7 is almost trapped. It's good that it has the d5 square to retreat to.
Yes, yes, and Alexandra is just waiting. Yeah, she doesn't really have any idea to pursue, so she was just waiting and pretty much passed the turn. But I'm a bit worried of that knight on f8. It looks like it's gonna be trapped.
So bishop f5, I thought just trapped the knight on the spot, but I guess the knight is still getting trapped. King g7. The knight has nowhere to go, so it goes to h7, but after king g6, king g7, say goodbye, and Vaishali wins on time, but she's winning on the board as well.
Right. Well done. It was such a good game by both players as well, and especially Vaishali. It's amazing to see how the game has turned from a tactical attacking opening into some technical endgame like that, and she converted it very smoothly.
What a nice game by Vaishali. She's played well these first two games. She had the upper hand in the first game with white, and she's the one who switched her opening. She played e4 in game one. Now she's starting out with a bit of a ready or King's Indian attack with knight f3 and g3, kingside fianchetto and castle. So, Irene, some matches we see players try the same opening over and over and over again. Vaishali says, no, that's not me. I am going to deviate.
Yes, I think she has so many repertoires up in her sleeve, and I can only predict, Robert, that she's just trying all these openings and see what works best so that she can use that for the 3 minute or even the bullet portion. So it's also another strategy because you don't know which opening that works best. You don't want to be stubborn by using just one opening, and I like this strategy of Vaishali.
Well, haven't her great predecessors already done that E4 best by test, or is that no longer a thing these days?
It's no longer a thing, and actually, yeah, yeah, and also in the speech has like this. I like this approach: knight f3, g3, bishop g2, castle. You can play these moves for the first five, even 5 to 10 moves by hand, right? You don't really have to think what's coming next because it's pretty much like the similar setup that we've seen in million of the games.
Yeah, it's true that like the London system that a lot of newer people play, they play it because those first moves are easy. You know exactly what to do. But we see Vaishali here; she's pausing because the ideas aren't so clear. She plays b3. She might fianchetto her bishop, trying to stare at the center. But I do like Black's position. This pawn on c6 dominates the knight. I wasn't going to recommend castling queenside. It got a question mark, but you have to appreciate the fighting spirit from Kosteniuk. She says, "You castle to the king side, I go queenside, and away we go."
Yes, I would actually ignore the eval bar in this position and the question mark for the long castle because I'm totally on it. Long castle is also a move that I will play, just like Kosteniuk. And yes, the fighting spirit is there, and Kosteniuk is a point behind, so I think it is understandable that she wants to have like a fighting game.
And she herself said that she doesn't like bullet chess so much, so she might probably wants to get as many points as possible earlier on because she doesn't want to trail heading into the 1+1. In this
Yeah,
position,
it's gonna be dangerous.
yeah, for sure. I mean, I was going to ask you, Irene, in this position, is this knight jump anywhere? Does that actually threaten anything, or is she keeping the knight on d7 because sometimes the threat is stronger than the execution? There's no need to move the knight just yet.
Yeah, I would always address my problem when in my position. That knight is not a problem at the moment, and in fact, it is standing just fine. So I will go for another idea that might be beneficial for the position. I like this h6 move. It's the preparation to go for g5, and it shows the intention that hey, I'd like to attack your king side. Be prepared, and then also the flexibility of this bishop on f8 as well. It can go to g7. It can also bishop a5 a3, offering the trade of this bishop, I would take it immediately because this is oops. But Kosteniuk play bishop g7. Okay, so there's a little bit difference in the understanding in this position. But yeah, this is going to be another attacking and interesting game.
Well, I agree with you completely, by the way. I thought you were supposed to trade the bishops because now the bishop on a3, it shines on this diagonal. This queen can at some point come up to e3. I have to be a little bit worried about knight to g4, I know that. But e5 is a bit tender. The dark squares are a little bit loose and under white's control. And if you ever play e4, this knight will happily jump into the d4 square that is newly available. So I do feel like white has a pull here. But you could tell Alexandra, she's playing an aggressive game. That's her approach from the start, and she's well ahead on the clock.
Wow, yes, now you mentioned it. Yes, 1.5 minutes up on the clock by Alexandra. And yeah, Ifalbar shows that white is better, but this is still a very much everyone's game because Alexandra is going to attack, and also Vaishali will also try to attack on the queen side. And yeah, this is going to be interesting. The thing is, though, the bishop on a3, like you mentioned, is going to be like a very strong bishop. So that's why when Vaishali over the trade on a3, I would take it in a heartbeat because this is the bishop that you want to trade off. And then I don't know what Kosteniuk had in mind. Maybe she was afraid that by having the queen on a3, it will attack the queen side even faster. But with king b8, I think it solved the problem easily.
That's true. Just put the king closer to the corner, away from the center, and the attack. And this knight went d2 to f1, and I think I know where it's going next. Up to e3 in front of that pawn e4. That e4 pawn, it's a nuisance for now, but it actually might be a problem for black to protect later in the game. When you overextend your pawns, sometimes you regret that. So we see a rook trade, not a recapture yet. I'm looking at Vaishali's clock. She really is down a lot of time here, and I'm getting the sense that Alexandra, she's going to use that to her advantage, and, well, can she use this diagonal to her advantage? That's another question that has to be asked.
Right, yes, this diagonal a1 h8 looks very juicy for the bishop, but of course black has to find the right discovery, if there is any good discovery, because whenever the knight on f6 moves, the rook can just come to b1, or the bishop can come back to b2, so it's not really a threat for white's pieces at the moment. And now actually this is the big decision for Alexandra, whether she wants to put pressure on the center or she wants to keep going, trying to attack on the king side.
The king side attack, I just don't see how it happens. The knight on f1, the bishop on g2, they shield the king. And anytime you think about h5, you have to worry about this g5 pawn. She goes bishop g4, clearly aiming at the e2 pawn. It's given a question mark. White must have a good response here. I'm already looking at a move like knight e3, bishop takes e2, and knight f5. Those dark squares, e7 and d6, and then I can change diagonals as well. But she goes queen c2. She's not sacrificing a pawn. Irene, we're commentators. We sacrifice their pieces, but they have a little bit more responsibility.
Right, that's right. And queen c2 is looking very, very responsible indeed, because it covers the e2 pawn, but also at the same time, well, I don't like taking on e4 and then exchanging my bishop with the knight, but now knight f6, now I think I understand why Alexandra is doing bishop g4, because after takes, there is f5. Oh, but the rook on, oh, okay. It's a bit, if the rook moves instead of bishop b2, then f5 was quite possible.
Hey, it's okay. Your idea was good, even if at that moment the rook was loose. So the rook comes to e8, protects the pawn. f5 is one of those moves you want to play, but you might regret because the knight can come to e3. I just think black is a bit loose on the king side. The attack never even got started. So I think this position actually is a bit flimsy for black. And is queen g7, I guess there's queen e5 trading the queens, but I'm already looking at ways to go after this loose king side. Oh, e4 was hanging. I didn't even see it.
Yeah, but I think, Alexandra is planning to do this bishop c4 discovery. Bishop g2 is a question mark. I think you have to come back or go to the f5 square, or there should be a better reply than bishop g2 back. But yeah, Vaishali is down under a minute right now, and it's understandable that she's playing a little bit too safe, not posing any problems on her position, and then just try to come up with some tactical ideas.
I haven't looked at the clock in a while, but then you mentioned it. I'm looking Alexandra, nearly 2 minutes. And then for Vaishali, 40 seconds. So she's making some inaccuracies because she has to rush her moves. And after Queen E5, we see the queens come off the board. Vaishali did well in a queenless position a game ago and even in the first game. But right now, I like the centralization of Black's pieces. They all are looking pretty good. And I don't see a plan for White. That said, White is solid and there are no weaknesses to exploit.
Yes, maybe one thing that can be offered. Oh, I was about to mention like e4, bishop e4 was a good move, but of course, Kosteniuk addressed it in the right time by playing f5 and it stopped everything like that. But knight b5, now it is a double attack to a7 and d6, but a7 seems a bit untouchable because it will just trap the knight.
So can I sacrifice a piece? It's too much. The knight on e5 is there, so I'm not even getting the third pawn that I want. I will not go for that. Rook d8 was an excellent move. It stopped knight d6 check, and it stopped knight d4, which would have hit the bishop and the pawn. Rook c5, she leaves her first rank. That could be very dangerous if this rook can land here, if the knight gets kicked out of the way.
Yes, I'm looking at knight g4 right now, trying to deflect the knight on e3. So once you take it, I can put my rook on d1, but knight b d7, it looks also quite a good move because the rook has to come back to the c2 and knight f6. Yeah, I think things are looking even better now for Alexandra.
Completely. The rook is on d8 on the open file. The rook on c2, staring into a brick wall. So White went knight b5. It looked fancy and then had to back up. And look at Black. She's not backing up. Her bishop can join the party with bishop f5 to kick the rook back to c1. But rook d2 is now available. I'm looking at the queenside majority. That's long-term good news for Black, a 3-on-2.
Yeah, exactly. And yeah, Vaishali, I think, should keep the rooks on the board because she understands. Ooh, commentators curse. No, she just did it. Rook d2 offering the trade. And what is going on? b5. Oh, Alexandra already started to use her majority on the queen side. It's getting better and better for Alexandra now.
Push them, as Yasser says. Push them, baby. Throw those pawns up the board. Yeah, you could trade rooks, bring your king up, and this king will be used as a weapon in the endgame. She goes bishop e6, staring at a loose pawn. I think Vaishali with 3 seconds, not 4.8 seconds on her clock. She's in huge trouble here.
Huge trouble on the clock and on the board too, because now those pawns are marching towards the promotion square. And as Vaishali tries to also simplify the king side by having a passer herself, but this passer doesn't really work so much on this position. Oh, there is a question mark there with b4.
We just expect it. Both sides will make mistakes. Now the b3 pawn is loose. That's why she played b4. It's a good idea, probably at a wrong moment, but she's winning this game now. She's up a pawn, and she's really up 2 pawns on the queen side to 1 in the center. Just push them.
Yes, just push it. And also the king on c7 has to move at some point. Maybe now it's the time after c4. Or you can push some of the pawns first. Yes. So this is going to be quite a technical win for Alexander Kosteniuk.
Bishop to b3 right now threatens c2. I actually don't think White can stop it. Just push that pawn.
Yep.
You win the game. And the best news of all is you're not even losing the b pawn. You just, once the capture happens, you take it. But b3, a win for Alexander Kosteniuk on time, but it was winning on the board. An excellent technical game from her, transitioning into the endgame and winning.
Right. So now the score is even. Yes, I think this is one of the most even matchup in the quarterfinal because starting from the first game, we saw that those players are playing very beautifully and very strategically as well. The losses and the wins, they are not very obvious. Well, just see how it's gonna go on the next games.
Yeah, and it seems they get that halftime break in the longest time control of 5-minute plus 1 second increment, 75 minutes total, but they get a break midway through and the score is now even. And that is good news for Alexandra, who suffered the first defeat, but was able to bounce back. And for those of you who are looking at this chess event and say, I want to play myself, you can play chess or a variant of it because we have a special a series for the community. It's the Variants Community Series. You can now compete in the second cycle of the series, 3-check chess. Yeah, 3-check chess. You check your opponent 3 times, you win the game. Enter weekly arenas each Thursday to develop your 3-check skills and prove your chess variance prowess. Arena winners book a ticket to the 3-check championship at the end of the cycle, so don't miss your chance to stake a claim. For more information on the arenas and how to join, use the command VCS in chat. We'll see you in the arena tomorrow. Maybe you'll even see me there. But for now, we're going to take a break. It's the Women's Speed Chess Championship presented by Julius Baer. We'll be back in a few.
I'm International Master Alex Banza, and I'll be presenting you Silman's complete endgame course from beginner to master. Besides what you will see from Mr. Silman, I'm gonna try to do my best and share with you some of the insights that I managed to steal from my coach. Trust me, you have never really imagined something like this could be compared to chess. You will notice that the difficulty of these positions will kind of increase exponentially as long as we progress with the series. Let the games begin. Knight takes on a3, bishop takes on a3, knight b5, targeting your bishop, targeting the pawn. You have to keep the bishop on the diagonal. Knight takes on c3, defending my pawn. Knight e2, but after the stunning knight to b1, threatening pawn to a3, pawn to c3, threatening b2, threatening a2. There is just no way to stop. Improve your endgames and start crushing your opponents with this very evil playstyle.
Yeah, last two tournaments has been like a dream tournament for me. I mean, it went so well. Not only the results, but the games were also good quality, and I'm very happy about it. And yeah, I think in Qatar, I made my final GM now, and it really gave me confidence to do well in the Grand Swiss event. And I think, I mean, going forward, I'm already like very confident about my play, and I think going forward in my future tournaments also, it'll be very helpful for me with my confidence. Honestly, like when I played in the speeches event in the pandemic time, like I was focusing more on the speeches event. Like I used to play a lot of games online to get this mouse practice, and I was taking it more seriously. But earlier I thought with the over-the-board events, I might take like less seriously. I mean, before coming to this year. But I think once I saw the pairing and the brackets, now I'm more serious into it, and I started playing games again. And yeah, I'm back playing online again. Yeah.
Welcome back to the Julius Baer Women's Speed Chess Champion. There is Vaishali, who won the Women's Grand Swiss recently, becoming a Grandmaster, 3 rating points away. It's a technicality. She is a Grandmaster, and she is wide-eyed because she has an opportunity to move on to the semifinals and face Ho Yifan if she can take down Alexandra Kosteniuk. So Irene Vaishali, she said in that interview, she's confident. She's gained confidence from earning her GM norms.
Yes, yes, and it's looking very, very likely, almost 100%. She's gonna make that 3 points that she's needed to complete her GM title, and this is going to be India's third female grandmaster after Conor Humpy and Harika Dronafoli.
Harika Dronavai, that name sounds familiar. I wonder why. It's because she's a semifinalist in the Women's Speed Chess Championship. And Vaishali, she's following in her predecessor's footsteps in Hampi Koneru and Harika Dronavali. But she may overtake them soon. Her rating will be #1 India perhaps in a few years.
Yes, yes, totally. Yes, and it will be also a long wait for Indian chess to have the third female grandmaster because Harika had her grandmaster title 12 years ago. So after 12 years of waiting, now India will have another female grandmaster, and I'm sure it doesn't stop there, Robert, because we know India has so many good talents both in the boys and girls sections.
Oh, absolutely. I was just in Calcutta for Tata Steel India, and there were so many fans. They were extremely excited to see those players play. And of course, Divya Deshmukh won the rapid portion of the tournament. She wasn't even supposed to be in. Vaishali withdrew. Divya entered, and she just entered. She won the tournament ahead of Women's World Champion Ju Wen-jun. So many talents, too many to name. We had Priyanka Nutaki yesterday. Irene, I feel like there are many more that are a little bit underrated right now, and soon we'll hear about the chess explosion in India even more.
Yes, and it's also thanks to all the great support by the government. This is something that not every country has, of course. And India, we just see that there are so many private and also governmental sponsorships. So that's good. That's a good, really, really good just for chess and the chess fans as well.
Yeah, so much sponsorship indeed. I know that Arjun Erigaisi had a huge sponsorship deal. I just saw the news that for the players going to the candidates, Pragananda, Vaishali, and Vidit, they all are receiving some sponsorship as well. So that'll be great for their preparation and for their chances to get the World Championship title. But here we go. This is the Women's Speed Chess Championship, and we see it's an Italian from the white side, and it's Alexandra Kosteniuk who is playing at this time.
Yes, yes. This is some trick, knight f5, that I was taught since I was very young. You just go after the light square bishop if it's possible. But now there is no good reroute for the bishop. It will be captured at any point right now. Because usually after that f5, you have your pawn on a3 or raid or something like that. And then you can move back to a2. But now Vaishali will capture it at some point when the bishop is trying to escape.
Yeah, and this pawn on c4, it's targeted immediately, but once you go to b3, the point of white's opening is while you have double pawns. You have a clamp in the center, and she makes queen d3 instead, protecting the pawn, allowing her rook to go to d1. Then break with d5, hard to happen, and that means the bishop on e7. It's kind of a tall pawn staring into its own pieces.
Yeah, exactly. But this is the position where white enjoys a better center, I would say. And I think in this position also, Alexandra has to play a very quiet chess, very calm, because the only idea that black has in mind is somehow the break with d5. So queen c7, I think rook d8, either rook is going to be the follow-up and try to, plan to break with d5.
And let's count. D5. 1, 2, 3, 4 defenders. 1, 2, 3, 4 attackers. This is confusing for many of the people watching. How do I properly calculate the number of defenders? Well, there are 4 defenders and 4 attackers. It means the defense wins out here because now it's 1, 2, and 3, and it's 1, 2, and 3. You have the exact number needed for black. That's why she was able to strike with D5.
Yes, and this break is such a good break. Vaishali doesn't mind that it will only simplify the C file because we know that white had a double pawn on C file. It doesn't matter. Usually you don't want to untangle that, but Vaishali didn't mind. And Kosteniuk has to watch out with the pair of bishops because when the position is a bit more open and the bishops have open diagonals as well, they are going to be very dangerous.
And that bishop on e7 is a bishop once more. We called it a tall pawn. Now it has some breathing room. It can go all the way out to a square like b4. So I'm with you, Irene. You undouble the pawns, but you do gain a true bishop pair advantage. And knight b5, it's not the first time today we've seen a rogue knight over there. It threatens the queen, but what happens if the queen just steps back?
Yeah, the queen has to step back to b8. I think that's the only move on the board because otherwise there is taking on d5 and e5 will be hanging, and queen b8 also protecting a7. So this is a good move. It's a multi-purpose move. And next move, you just want to kick the knight back by playing a6 and possibly rerouting the bishop to c5. But you have to play h6 first, not to fall onto some pinning with bishop g5. So yeah, black is standing very fine.
A6 is coming next, which is why I didn't quite understand the knight b5 jump. It feels like Alexandra's not truly playing with a plan here. She tried to get the clamp in the center. Black was able to strike with d5 anyway, and now I do like Vaishali's position. A6, if the knight goes back to c3, d4. We keep gaining space with our pawn pushes. I'm liking the way this looks for Vaishali.
Yes, I think now Vaishali is pausing because there is an option by playing d4 first, so not allowing the knight to go to c3. But okay, a6, knight c3, d4 is equally good as well.
Yeah, because where's that knight going? Back to b1? That's sad. We're not setting up for the next game. So I like this for Vaishali. h6 at any moment to get rid of this annoying bishop on g5. I feel like Alexandra, and I'm looking at her clock as well, she has struggled to find an exact plan thus far.
Yes, I totally agree with you. This position is way easier to play with black because black has clear plans. Black just wants to play in the center and now kicking the bishop by playing h6. It is a tough decision for Alexandra right now whether or not trading the bishop, but I don't think Alexandra will do it. I think it will only be worsening her position. So the other option is to retreating the bishop, and this is not all, but Alexandra took on d5. I think this is also a good news for Vaishali then, because then the center is kind of like simplified and the bishops can develop even better.
It was a clever move, though, by Alexandra because bishop takes d5. Her plans go knight f5, perhaps. I haven't calculated everything, but it does look like white gets on the offensive just in time. And so if you don't take on d5 with the bishop and you take with the knight, then she gets to trade her bishop on e7. Black is still doing well there. You see the eval bar favoring black, but at least she got rid of that bishop instead of retreating it.
Yes, yes. But the bad news for Alexander is the knight on a3 doesn't really have any future in the short term. I just said it, but that is why I think Alexander addressed the problem right away. She knew knight a3 was the problem, and then she tried to solve it at the right time.
But it's not just that knight. The knight on g3 is also kind of misplaced, and the black knight can go to g6 and maybe up to f4. I just like black's control of the center. White has an extra pawn on the queen side on c2. Black has an extra pawn in the center, and that's how I like to assess these positions. It's not just we're even material. Black has a bishop, white has a knight. Black has the e pawn, white has the c pawn. So there are some differences, and you need to take note of them. And knight f4 becomes a big threat.
Yeah, there's no doubt that black's position is better here, but thankfully for Alexandra, it is not that thick yet. If she could play some precise line and variation, I think she would be able to equalize it. Because now even the eval bar only shows just like a single twitch on the to black's favor. So b3, I like this move. Maybe you can play f5 at the next move and then cement the knight on b6. Yeah, better for Vaishali, but I'm sure Alexandra still has her chances.
Love that move b3. At first, I didn't understand it, but after knight f4, there might be queen takes e5, which wasn't available before because the knight on c4 was loose, but the pawn on b3 actually defends that knight, freezing the knight on g6. So a really great awareness from Alexandra. I'm looking at the clock. Alexandra is quite a bit behind there, and queen c7, a very smart move from Vaishali. Now she is threatening to take on c4 to double and isolate white's pawns.
Yes, and now Alexandra has to move that knight. There is no doubt about it because you cannot afford having double pawns on the c file in that situation. So knight e3, it is a question mark. Maybe there's a better knight move, maybe going to b2 with the idea going to d3. There might be a better maneuver, but I like this knight a3 as well because it aims to go to f5, and Vaishali immediately solved it.
I was about to say, what was that? Did you just say F5? Oh, yeah, the pawn goes to F5, and here comes F4, winning a piece. This is a great move from Vaishali. If rook takes D8, queen takes D8
Queen
to
takes
keep the
D8.
rook protecting the pawn.
Yes, exactly. And f4 is really a serious threat. Okay, rook d8, queen d8. Maybe Alexandra will bring in the rook first to d1 just for the sake of development, and then try to solve the problem with the fork on f4.
And this pawn f4 is not the only use of the square. Knight f4 will also be really annoying in many positions. So I like the control that Vaishali has. She pre-moved queen takes d8. You could tell she's getting in that state where she's confident and she knows what to expect. Look at the clock. Alexandra down to 42 seconds.
Yes, yes. Bad news for Alexandra on the time management as well. Well, rook d1 was played and queen g5 with a question mark. There is a better move. Ooh, and queen h5 is a blunder because I think you can just simply play f4.
Yes, because the queen protects the knight on g6. That was the only loose piece. f4 wins the game for black. Great spot by you, Irene. And it's that simple sometimes. You push a pawn, you fork some knights, you win the game.
Exactly. Maybe Alexandra overlooked things. Maybe she thought that the queen has to take first, and when the knight on h5, there is no more fork on the board. But f4 immediately, this wins a piece and also most likely the game.
Okay, so now what's the easiest way to win? Can you just make a move like rook e8 or something like that? Is sometimes
No, be more aggressive, Robert. I like to take the queen, and after knight takes the knight because you cannot take e6 because there is e2. There you go.
I love that great calculation by Irene. I stopped my calculation very quickly. Let me just defend my bishop, and Irene says, "Why don't you trade queens?" Because then, and exactly what Vaishali is doing, so I don't even have to draw the arrows. Rook takes e6, pawn e2. You can't stop
Yeah.
the pawn from promoting. That's game over.
Yes, that's game over. Well
Nice.
done. That's a good win by Vaishali. Very, very full domination, I would say, in the opening and also in the middle game. She clearly understand what to do and yeah, mixing up her tactical and her positional abilities.
Convincing end to that game. You called the shots and they were played. So Vaishali listens to your ideas, and now she goes into a Spanish from the white side. So in the previous time we saw Alexandra bring bishop to c5, she does it again, and I find these variations to be quite fun because you never really know what variation the players are going to go down.
Yes, yes. Well, this variation is currently very trendy. I think also our dear friend Fabiana Caruana made a chessable course about it, and then this just become even more trendy right now with the bishop on c5, the archangels, not exactly on this position, but this has some resemblance to it. And I just want to notice one thing, Robert, that whenever Kosteniuk played with white pieces, she always lost. And now maybe it is the time for Kosteniuk to make a comeback because now she's playing with black pieces.
Win with black, lose. Wait, that's not how that goes. It's a draw. Win with white, draw with black. That's how the best players are supposed to do it. But this is speed chess. Anything can happen. Both sides have their shot. And after knight to d4, Alexandra once again playing aggressively with the black pieces. I like how she's handling the opening stage, which is the black pieces.
Yes, yes, and knight d4 is very typical. Usually it happens after the pawn on d6, but now Alexandra is playing some aggressive chess, trying to gambit the pawn on e5. This is looking like a more staggered gambit position, except it's of course it's different. But Vaishali didn't want to take the complexity, and she just took on d4, knight e2, and now d5 should be coming up soon. Yes.
So this is a great example of how when your opponent plays maybe a little passively, you could take advantage of it. The black knight jumped into d4 after the trade. Black has nothing to complain about. All of her pieces are on perfect squares. She's developed naturally. Her king is safe on g8. White can now castle for sure and play knight f4, things like that. But black has nothing to worry about. And this pawn on d4, it's kind of cramping white's position a bit. No knight c3 and no bishop e3 for you.
Aha. Yes, I agree with you. And bishop g4 proven to be a question mark there. I think this is not the right square for the bishop. It has to be on the other diagonal, maybe playing like b5, bishop b3, queen c6, and the bishop will turn to b7. I think that's a better diagonal, hitting on g2 square instead of on g4 like this. Because I think I understand the reason why black's position is better, because these two pair of bishops, they are just completely different. Black's pair, they are just way more superior than whites.
I'm with you. That White's bishops, for now, not doing all that much. And for Black, all minor pieces are out. Rooks are connected. Queen in the center. We typically don't like our queen out because it can get kicked around. But here, Bishop b3, so what? It's a one move threat against the queen. The queen can just run away. Same deal with knight f4. It's not a big deal. The queen can even go to f5. But now the trade on d7 has happened. I think that Black has simply nothing to worry about.
Yes, yes. Well, it was white who had to be worried before, but now after the trading of the light square bishop, this is a very important bishop for black actually to keep the advantage on the board. But now, of course, after the trade over on d7, yeah, Vaishali took it. It is the right momentum. You have to trade this bishop off because this is the light square bishop by black. It was such a good bishop.
And now the knight comes out to g3, trying to take advantage of some of those light squares. That good bishop you talked about is gone. This queen can come out to f3, maybe a knight into f5. That could be something that white has to go for an initiative. But I think that Alexandra, she knows her position is good because she's playing moves very quickly. She has a healthy lead on the clock. She has a strong control over the center. I love the way she's handled this.
That's true. That's true. Yeah, but she could have had an even better position when the light square bishop was still on the board. But now it feels to me that Vaishali doesn't have any more problem on her position, and so she just developed it normally queen f3 with possibility of rook a e1, just bring everything to the center and undermining the f5 square. This is a big question now. Do you play f5 or not? If you do, it might actually loosen your position a bit, but if you don't, then maybe my knight will jump onto f5 itself.
And you asked the question, it's been answered. Great call by you. F5, it takes away the e4 square from the knight. It also takes away the f5 square from the knight. And there could be an idea to trap this bishop into g5, right? f4 followed by h6 and g5. That bishop will quickly run out of squares. Rook e1, Vaishali shows no fear, and it's because the f5 pawn is vulnerable, but rook e8, she'll play queen takes e8, I guess, and that way the pawn remains defended.
Yes, and now the bishop on g5 doesn't really have anything else to do. I think I would retreat it back to d2 with the possibility of trading everything off on e1. So yeah, she did it. So you take on e8 later, put the rook back on e1, and then go for this queen and other minor pieces endgame. So this will give white some chances to even equalize or maybe even better, because like what I said, I don't really like this f5 move. It looks very aggressive, but it might pose a long-term weakness in the black's position.
And another long-term weakness is the pawn on d4. That one sticks out, and if the queens come off the board and the rooks, maybe that pawn can be targeted. But for now, knight e2, knight to f4, there are some dark square issues over here on the king side in front of the black king. So if you could trade knights and then get your bishop in the game, that would be good. But f4, Irene, I think there's going to be a tactic with something coming down to e3 soon.
Ooh. Yeah, that is very possible. And is that pawn can be captured, Robert? Maybe not, but can we show it if there's anything on the board? Knight f4, and what's next? Because it looks like we have three attackers versus two defenders.
We do, but this queen is in line with a rook, so I imagine after rook takes e1, and after the rook takes back, there is this big problem, is that that knight is pinned. g5 would be the way to win the knight by attacking it, but that loosens your king, so bishop d6, just a quick little backward move, and after g3, now we can even make the move g5, because I've taken away the queen to pin the pawn, so this is just going to win the knight on f4.
Wow. Okay. Good analysis. Yeah. So I mean, it has to be shown because we are never sure whether that pawn can be captured or not. It looks very loose, but turns out that pawn is quite safe.
And if that pawn is safe, it might mean that white is not very safe, because knight e3 is one of those moves that hits you, and it really, really hurts, because after pawn takes, the queen on f3 is in the line of fire. So look at Vaishali's clock. She's down over 2 minutes. Kosteniuk is well in charge.
Yeah, I'm afraid that the only move you have to make here maybe is knight c1. Try to get back the control. Oh, queen g4. Okay, this is some move that I missed as well. Yeah, queen g4 looks interesting.
Trying to trade the queens off because the queen on f3 was in the line of fire. I think it's a good idea, but I'm keeping one eye on the board, the other eye on the clock. 25 seconds for white. How do you play a position like this with no time?
That's true. That's true. But c4. This is way too committal. This is way too committal. But this is also kind of like a panicky move by Vaishali because the position is dangerous for her. Only black is going to do better in that position. c4. I don't like this move.
I don't either. The en passant does well for the bishop on c5. Now it's staring towards the white king. Excuse me. Knight takes c3. A knight trade being offered. I still want to somehow make knight e3 work. Does it actually work? Pawn takes, pawn takes. There are many tactics here because the bishop stares at the king.
That's really, really possible. And I think it is what Alexandra is currently looking at the moment. Yes, I mean, she's been eyeing for this idea since a few moves ago, and maybe now it is the time to do it.
She plays it double
did it.
exclamation point. Yeah, she gives up
did
her
it.
queen because pawn takes
Wow.
bishop is check to the king on g1 and hello to the rook on e1. We might not need an analysis board because Vaishali's down to 10 seconds, but she can't afford to take the queen. And if she doesn't, here comes e2 with check against the king.
Right, and now after bishop e3, I think you can simply take on e3 check and then move your queen. Or you can you trade the queen with the rooks?
You can, and 2 seconds for Vaishali. So I think that Alexandra should have taken the bishop with the rook on e3 with the discovered check to come.
Ah, wow.
But she's going to win this game anyway. That's why I don't worry too much. With the time the way it is, if Alexandra doesn't win this game, I'd be very shocked.
But this is still very dangerous, Robert, because the knight on e4 is such a good knight. It can hop onto f6, or it can help the white to make some melting nut towards the black's king. This is not so much clear to me on how to win this as black.
I'm with you. The king escaped to g3. I don't see another check. The knight also covers the f2 score, so the bishop comes back. Bishop e5. There's mate.
Oh, there's mate. Rook h1. Oh, what a blunder by Vaishali, playing h4.
And that's what happens when you have less than 5 seconds on your clock. Even when you make a series of good moves, you inevitably are susceptible to blundering. You just don't have time to calculate.
Right, and now the score is back to even, and this is what I was saying. Kosteniuk always bounced back when she was playing with the black pieces.
And same with Vaishali. They're winning their games with black, and they're losing with white. They're turning the typical slogans upside down, and we see a new opening in this game where Alexandra is the one who played knight f3 on move 1. So both these players are switching up their lines.
Yes, and I like how they play their openings because it also gives a lot of variety for us, the commentators, to talk about. No longer, regular opening like what they played in other matchups, but it just shows, what's your prediction, Robert? In the 3-minute portion, are they going to switch to just one opening, or are they going to continue doing like this? Like they will diversify their openings, like in the 5-minute.
I'm going to pass your question on to the chat. So let's get the chat involved. Do you think that we will have over or under 10 different openings in this match? So chat, get involved. Let us know. Over or under 10 different openings, because these two players, they keep switching it up, but they may return. So I don't know, and that's why I'm passing to the chat. Irene, it's a great question.
Right. Yes, it is. It is always a question of when you are commentating when you're commentating on two players like this, when they practically know every opening on the chessboard. But of course, in the speed chess, you have to come with something that you are experienced with. Okay, back to chess. Knight e4 is on the board. This is a very typical idea as well. This type of English setup position with the double fianchetto.
Yeah, in this position, the bishop just got traded on the dark squares, and the knight can go into e4 at some point. I like black's solid position and ability to play a5, a4, but with the queens on the board, maybe there's some potential for an attack against the black king because it's missing its dark square bishop.
Right, yes, and And Alexandra showed its intention. H4 was on the board, maybe trying to open up somewhere in the king side. And A5, like you mentioned, of course, it is the typical reaction to the black pieces, trying to open up the queen side and then try to penetrate the white's position via the queen side. Knight D2, and now the light squares bishop are traded off.
And white has no attack because the h5 square is covered by the black knight. And a4, on the other hand, you're developing the black rook where it started. This queen can come to b6 or a5. This rook can come to b8. Black is having all the fun here as black controls this pawn break. White never wants to take on a4 to give herself these isolated pawns. That would be a bad idea.
Yes, and I think this is also what Vaishali is doing, because I know that it came up starting off as an Indian game or English type of position, but now we were looking at this position more, and I felt like, okay, without the pawn on e4, we cannot call it Marexi bind, but Vaishali used to play Dragon, Sicilian Dragon, and I think she just want to put the position into somewhere that she's familiar with.
And the way that Kosteniuk has handled the last few moves has been great because it was an advantage for black, and suddenly the eval bar is at zeros. And I'm agreeing with that because she left this pawn on a4. That's something that black will have to keep her eye on. That's a potential weakness. And white is on the open file, and c4 is defended. So I think that the worst is kind of behind Alexandra. She's played a series of excellent moves. And in fact, she could turn this into an advantage for her with that pawn on a4 being quite a big target.
Right, but I think the typical idea here is to put the knight on f6 to c5 and control everything, and then you can try to offer some trade along the b file. And I think I like black's position here. Okay, king g7 is very typical as well. Maybe later on the knight will move and the king will come also to the center at some point.
The reason I think that knight d7 hasn't been played is rook b7 is just annoying for the moment. The e7
Uh-huh.
pawn is loose. And this one knight on d2, it covers all of these key squares. It protects the pawn. It stops the black knight from jumping into e4. And I feel like black's rooks are staring into protected territory or into its own pawn. And white's rooks on an open file, even if it's not doing that much, it just feels annoying to deal with this from the black side.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I can feel it too. Yes, it's a bit annoying, that's for sure. The eval bar shows that this is even, but again, it is black who has to be very careful not to waste any tempo or waste any idea, and always watch out for white's intention, because again, rook b7 can come up at any point. And I just don't like the black's rooks are being disconnected at the moment, although there is no good plan that black can do yet.
And I'm wondering, and I was saying d5 was what I was going to ask. Can rook b5 be played? It's one of these moments where if the rook takes, you take with the pawn, but she plays a3, a calm move saying, take my pawn, knight takes, maybe knight b6 in the future. This a4 pawn seems to be the weakest on the board.
I think I can answer your question on that. After rook b5, maybe there's rook c5.
Just defending, just being very
Yeah.
sturdy on the fifth rank. That makes perfect sense.
Okay, e6. Yeah, trying to consolidate the central as well. I like this move. It's very solid, and yeah, I think they're just waiting and waiting at the moment, because it's a dangerous time to actually play a little bit too committal move. So e6. I like this move by Vaishali. Maybe Alexandra also has to keep waiting by playing e3. King moves somewhere, and she did it.
You're calling it e3. They're playing this waiting game. Who is going to flinch first? Rook a7. The rook still defends this pawn. It also covers the seventh rank, so that's the good news. And they're at a standstill. By the way, now pawn takes c4, knight takes doesn't hit this rook, and then knight d5 would be the follow-up. So maybe there are some subtle threats here from black's perspective.
Yeah, yeah. Yes, that's true. Ooh, but Alexander over to trade on b8. This might be quite a good move, I would say, because when one pair of rooks being traded, I think it's just easier, a little bit easier for white to go around, because that pawn on a4 is a little bit unpleasant to black's position.
I agree with you completely because if one pair of rooks comes off, and that's why she takes your advice, she says, let's keep those rooks on the board. A4 becomes more of a liability, and A3 is hard to get to, so that pawn is defended. But the pawn that's not defended is this one on C4. And if you take on D5, knight takes D5, and suddenly Black's knight is becoming very active. So I love the way that Vaishali just responded.
Yes, yes. Wow, Robert, these two players just showed a very good technicality in the end game. Like when they are, it is not only about attacking in the end game, but also trying to understand your opponent's ideas and try to play your idea alongside anticipating their ideas. So it is a complexity in a beautiful, beautiful concept that they're playing right now.
Yeah, there's so many nuances in a single game of chess, and they're handling everything to perfection. Knight c3 here, that would trade everything off. She goes rook c2, knight takes e3 check. Don't blunder that pawn. Easy to forget that the f2 pawn is pinned.
Yes, and I think we can also spill some info to the chat that currently both players have been having 97 accuracy. So it means that they are playing according to what it is on the endgame textbooks.
They're playing perfectly. This king went out. It's the end game. Bring the king up as a potential weapon. It also got out of the pin. Rook a2 comes to mind to go after this pawn a3, but maybe there's some attack that's suddenly brewing. It's not going to lead to checkmate, but you have to be careful about these things. And Vaishali, very careful. Plays knight c3. The rook and the knight are both threatened, trading off the pieces.
Right. Yes. This is a very tricky move by Vaishali. She knows that this knight on e4 might pose some problem to the black king. There might be some matting net there. I was thinking about pushing the pawn to g4, g5, and then try to control the a rank. There might be something like that. And knight f6 is also always an idea. So she tried to solve the problem. When the time is starting to be very low for her, she just tried to solve the problem one by one.
But that's her biggest problem. Good shout out by you. Black is down to 30 seconds and she doesn't trade knights. If she traded knights, White not only wins King of the Hill, White's king inches closer to this A pawn. So the more active king in the endgame does usually give one side the advantage. I think White might win this game. I would be nervous if I were Black here. Oh.
Yeah, yeah. I think it's thanks to the pawn on a4. But now f5, it's a very committal move. What happened after knight c5?
Maybe okay, she goes kf6. There's no rook b4. Otherwise, this a4 pawn would be in trouble. The knight on d5 is well positioned. And maybe Black will go e5 and e4 at some point herself.
That's true. That's true. But maybe now it is time for White to play something like king e2. I like putting the pawn on f4. Oh, e4 immediately.
And knight c3, a very quick response showing her anticipation. This black king, by the way, can also start jumping into the position at some point. Now, both players are playing a magnificent game. I'm looking at the clock. That's where mistakes start to happen when players are low on time.
Yes, and now, yeah, it is a better endgame for Alexandra for sure. Will Vaishali be able to defend this? But because again, we address this a4 pawn as the problem in the black's position, and now Alexandra Kosteniuk will try to keep pressuring it. And rook
Ooh.
c2.
Great move. And f3, a great response. Because if you went f4, rook c3 would have hit two pawns at once. And so Vaishali is trying to get active. She doesn't want to passively defend with equal material. The best players in the world, they give up material for activity. And wait, did she even give up material? Because king f4, e5 check, she gets the g3 pawn.
Yeah, but she will also get the e5 pawn. Alexandra will get the e5 pawn after king e4, takes on g3, and then rook a6, and oh, but f3 pawn is also hanging. What a calculation by Vaishali in a shorter, I mean, she's down under 10 seconds.
That's checkmate. E5 was checkmate, so g4 frees up the g3 square. That was scary for a second there. White is up
Yes,
past
yes.
pawn. Both players down. Now 5 seconds under that for Vaishali. She's got to move. She does play this. I think White has great chances to win. Free the A pawn.
Yes, and rook f4, and the rook will be put on f3, and now it is time for the king to move, but Vaishali will try to stop it as much as possible, but now there's nothing to stopping it because also the g6 pawn will pose a long-term weakness in the black's position. This is going to be like the next target of attack.
You have to be really. Oh, she no 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 no. She went the wrong way. Two on none.
Yeah.
It's two extra pawns for white, one extra pawn for black. But the two on none will win here. The pawns will be able to quickly run up the board, and the black rook can't stop them.
Right, yes. And maybe this is the first game by Kosteniuk playing with white pieces, and she's gonna win it.
The players keep winning with black. She takes this pawn on e2 just in time. We can quickly show after the game why rook takes e2 was given 2 exclamation points, and the game is over. So I'll get back to it right now. Rook e4 was an idea to get a queen. So there was some trickiness here still, and that's why she took on e2 first and then was able to get the new queen. Woo! We have some really exciting games.
Exactly, that was such a masterclass endgame, I would say, by Kosteniuk. And Vaishali, of course, didn't play that bad, but Alexandra is just showing her experience and her understanding very well in that type of endgame. Pressing on a4 pawn the whole time, and also getting the second weaknesses by Vaishali, and then pressing it again. Woo, that's such really a masterclass. And yeah, that was Alexandra's first win with white pieces.
Such an exquisite display of technique from her. The eval bar was always hovering around the middle, but that's misleading. It doesn't tell the full story. It was really difficult to defend that from the black side. We were talking about how black was more passive, and then she went active but gave up a pawn. And then to find all the correct moves with no time on your clock, really difficult. So credit to Alexandra. Vaishali, she hung tough, but it wasn't enough in the end. And now we have a Petrov. So what opening number are we on? I haven't kept count, even though I asked the question.
I haven't kept on as well. We can talk about it during the break, Robert. Yes. So what I was just going to mention is sometimes, after many of chess games that we play, we put on our games into Chess.com, and then we would like to see the accuracy that we play or our opponents played, and then we saw that at some point it was showing equal, and in such an endgame it was a very great example on how the eval bar shows that it was equal. But in practical chess it's going to be very, very hard for the defender, and it showed during this women's speed chess championship. Vaishali couldn't really defend that because only computer could be able to handle such a position in a perfection. Yeah,
I'm with
totally
you.
like what you said.
I'm with you completely. And now we have like maybe the driest opening of the match thus far. It was the Petrov. And now we have a symmetrical structure, only one open file in the E file. Alexandra took her first lead of the match. She now plays an extremely solid line with the black pieces. And for Vaishali, I'm looking at the overall match clock. 4 minutes remain in this time control. Do you think she's done with 5+1? She just wants to get to the quicker time controls?
No, I think she will keep fighting and fighting. It's not, I mean, she wouldn't feel that she has to go to the bullet portion as soon as possible. I think she will also try to gain as many points as she can in the 5 minute and 3 minute portion.
Yeah, I guess just to rephrase my question, if she had an option, let's say Alexandra offered a draw right now, would she accept the draw only after the match clock hits zero, so she gets the 3+1, or do you think she would want another 5+1 game if she had the choice between two or this being the last one?
Tough question. I think having white pieces, I think Fashali will just keep continuing on. Although the trend has been quite opposite, yeah, the black pieces, yeah. So I don't know, but I think Faishali is a fighter and she's a youngster. It is very natural for her to just keep fighting on, playing on.
I agree with you there. She's definitely a fighter. She just won the Women's Grand Swiss. She earned her way into the candidates, and she's becoming a grandmaster. So crazy games this morning. I agree with the feature chat. Just this game is not crazy. This game is symmetrical pawn structure. It's going to be shuffling of the pieces, rerouting the knight coming to e6. Of course, that's a great idea from Black, improving the location of the knight. So where are the opportunities? What can we say about this position? Which side is going to strike or create some tension?
I think we will see, I think in about 5 moves or so, we will see how things unfold, because it's a bit too early to tell now, because both both sides have their own chances. Usually, when you have the pawn on a5 like this, it's a good sign, but you have still so many pieces on the board. You might not be able to use this space advantage with the pawn on a5 in the middle game like this. You can only use it during the end game. So I don't know. I have a mixed feeling about this pawn a5. And also from the previous game, we saw the pawn on a4 was the source of all the nightmares. So will this pawn on a5 be the same thing? Well, we will see.
We will indeed. And I was wondering if black was threatening f5, so the queen came back to c2 to stop that pawn push. But black is playing on the king side. She has more pieces over there. The engine is still hovering around the center, so it's saying it's equal. But I like the look of black's position all of a sudden. A knight on f4, it looks threatening, even if it doesn't actually threaten anything.
Right. Yes. It just stops everything. And maybe after knight f4, when you are shuffling all the pieces, I think now black already shows her intention that she wants to play in the center and to the king side. And maybe after knight f4, the next task that Alexandra might do is to doubling up the rooks on the e file. If she can achieve that, I think the position is just going to be better for black.
Agreed completely. And g3, it looks like it kicks the knight back, but you might be able to throw bishop g6 and then get your knight into d3. And suddenly it's feeling a bit uncomfortable for white. So that knight on f4, it's imposing. It seems like it's causing some problems for Vaishali, and she's now down over 40 seconds on the clock. So it's been maybe a bit of a struggle on the clock for Vaishali in the last bunch of games.
Yeah, because this is not an easy position to play. You also have to think about your opponent's ideas, but at the same time, Vaishali's position before taking on f4, the pieces look a bit cramped, and so it doesn't really have much space to go to. And now she tried to gain some space by giving up the pair of bishop, taking on f4, and oh, what a good call by Kosteniuk by playing bishop g6. When the light square bishop are traded, black will have an additional center by playing later on maybe f5. So I like this move actually, bishop g6.
I like it a lot, and I like b4 as a response. Just keep the position the way it is. Don't change the pawn structure just yet. And for Alexandra, if she takes on d2, takes on d3, takes on e1, and brings a rook at some point to e8, not immediately because you don't want to hang a piece there. But the point is, she may be able to orchestrate all the trades, and without pieces on the board, there's not going to be winning opportunities.
Right. Wow. Robert, queen d6. If I can make any prediction, I think Alexandra just wanted to reshuffle the bishop and the queen to be the other way around and then hitting on the h2 square. So maybe queen f6 is going to be played soon.
Queen f6 looks like an option, and this knight is clearly trying to jump into c5 and go after this b7 pawn. So maybe Alexandra will regret not taking that knight. I think she could have safely done just that. Instead, she leaves on the board, and Irene, if she gets that bishop to c7, reversing the order of the queen and the bishop, that would be great. But instead, she just goes for the e file. I love rook e7.
Yes, rook e7 is also such a nice move. You don't want to lose control over the e file. This is such a very important file. This is the file that you always fight for in the French exchange and also in this type of opening as well in the Petrov defense. And bishop g6, h g6. This is what I was talking about. So knight c5 and doubling up the rook. So finally, Alexandra got her dream position. And now, yeah, if only the bishop was reshuffled back behind the queen, it would be even much better.
And so the queen takes on e7. The bishop can and probably will move back. Knight d3, by the way, stopped the checkmate. The queen e1 was a checkmating idea because the bishop took away the escape square. So don't play knight c5. That blunders checkmate in 2. And she plays king
and don't
f1
play rook e1 because that would be quite typical as well to play rook e1 in that position.
She only does it after bringing her king to f1. So yeah, that's so true. I didn't even think that rook e1 would have been a similar blunder, but it would have. Now the pieces are coming off. I have to say that without rooks on the board, white should be slightly better because a knight inherently can go from colored complex to color complex. A bishop is restricted to only the dark squares here. So I feel like white ever so slightly should be better.
Yes, yeah, I agree with you. I also remember this method. The queen and knight are they're better than the queen and bishop, and especially we see that there are still too many pawns on the board, and the bishop is totally restricted to one or two diagonals, and the knight can jump here and there, occupying different color of squares. So yeah, Vaishali is standing better, but I think objectively speaking, this is still leading to another draw game.
It should, for sure. But I'm looking at the match clock. We're at zeros. This is the last game of the 5 minute plus 1 second increment time control. I'm looking at the game clocks, and we see that Kosteniuk down to 40 seconds. She's unsure. Can I trade queens, or does that create some problems? She goes queen f4 instead. Knight d3 will likely be met by queen h2.
Right, yeah. White still has to be careful because the root of the pawn chain stands on the dark square where black has the dark square bishop. So this is something that white has to keep in mind in every phase of the game. We are already in endgame right now. If white is considering to trade off the queens or if white doesn't consider it at all, it doesn't matter. But yeah, the root of the pawn chain is on c3. So this might be coming up as a next problem for white.
And the queen backed up to f5, saying, please move your knight. I may get queen b1 check at some moment. And this queen on f5 covers d7, which is really important because knight c5, knight d7 check, that could pose some serious issues for black. I like white's position. I don't see a plan for black, and I see like 5 different ideas for white, including h4, h5 at some point.
Right. And now Queen E8 offering the trade. Do you take the queen or not, Robert, if you were Vaishali?
I don't really want to trade queens, but I'm not sure I have a huge choice. And with the queens coming off, black should make a draw, but queen f3 instead, that poses more problems.
Right. Bishop D6. Yeah. In this position and in this manner, black doesn't really have a concrete idea. So black has to keep waiting and then not letting white get away with her ideas. So H4, H5, undoubling the pawn like this, I don't think I like this idea by Vaishali.
She wants us to create some outside pass pawn potential, but of course black does not really want to play g6 because of h6. The bishop is so strong here, it dominates this knight on d3. So now we're seeing a queen trade being offered, and the white king is going to advance quickly, but that should not be enough for winning chances.
Yeah, I don't like this complexity because I suppose you could try to play on the queen side instead of the king side because now you cannot do anything. Your king on g2 is quite exposed, and I think we will see some repetition or
Uh-oh,
not.
nope. No, because
Oh,
Vaishali's down. She's down on time. And bishop f4, at some point,
one
it's going to
minute
hurt.
left.
Yeah, be very, very careful. No time. And I think Alexandra, she's playing this a little too quickly. She's the one who could spend a little bit of time.
Right, but not so much time because it's 7 seconds left on the clock.
And here comes the G pawn, but white can start pushing pawns of her own at some point soon. And ooh, the king is running around.
Yeah, the knight on e2 is standing there safely, guarding the promotion square. Oh, knight g3 and then king d7, and then try to get all the pawns.
And it looks like this will just be a draw now because white gets black's last
Yes.
pawn, and then the bishop will sacrifice for the other. So this is a draw, but what a fight.
What a fight! What a fight! Yeah, it was totally an exquisite show of techniques by both players.
These two players are giving it their all, but only one player has a lead, and that is Alexandra Kosteniuk, who currently leads her opponent by a full point. Vaishali started with the first win of the match, but Kosteniuk, she's righted the ship since then. So Irene, as we look at this match overall, 4-3 in Kosteniuk's favor. Smarter Chess prediction was correct, but what do you make of what we just saw?
Yeah, I think Vaishali is warming up, and I think she also mentioned in her interview she likes bullet, and probably the 3 minute portion is a shorter time compared to the 5 minutes. So I think she will always have all this opportunity to make a comeback, and it's a big chance. It's a big chance, and 4-3 is not really a huge lead. So we can say that pretty much all the matches that we already saw, it's pretty much equal, even.
Everything lies ahead, so if you're thinking of going anywhere, don't. We are going to take a short break, but when we return, it's more from the Julius Baer Women's Speeches Championship. This is Alexandra Kosteniuk versus Vaishali. You will not want to miss any of the action. We'll be right back.
Well, one of the reasons I didn't want to not to play this year is actually because of the fact that I have been playing this Women's Speed Chess Championship I think for as long as it's happening, and that's why when I got an invitation I couldn't, I just couldn't refuse and I couldn't turn it down, despite the fact that I'm going to play in the European Team Chess Championship. So actually those invitations are very hard to resist, and the tournament is great. I'm a big fan of online events. The prize fund is amazing. I mean, Chess.com has been doing many things to support chess in general and women's chess in particular. So since I've been playing chess for as long as I can remember myself, and I've been, trying to promote women's chess as well, I think it's just such a wonderful event that if I'm able to play, even theoretically, I will do it. Every victory is very special, and the more I stay in chess, the more special those victories are to me, because I don't take them for granted anymore. I used to consider winning as something that's very ordinary, that I must do, and now I understand that there are so many different outcomes, that victories don't come easy. They don't come always, and sometimes you do lose, and that's why if I manage to win nowadays any event of any caliber, I'm very happy and delighted, and that's basically my main motivation, what keeps me going, just to go there to play this perfect game of chess, perfect match, and to try to win a tournament.
Welcome back to the Julius Baer Women's Speed Chess Championship. We have a great match on hand for everybody. It's Vaishali against Kosteniuk. Currently, Alexandra Kosteniuk leads by a score of 4-3. But Vaishali, she's had great success in past WSCCs. In fact, a year ago, she made it to the semifinals before bowing out to Kateryna Lagno. Irene, she took down Bibisar and Harika in that tournament.
Yes, and those two players are superb players. They are very good at their speed chess. And this is still too early to call the match, Robert. 4-3, this is not a huge lead. Anything can still happen in the 3-minute portion. And so far, we see so many good games and very close call by both players.
yeah, there's no reason that Vaishali should be overly concerned. It is so early, as you said, and maybe during the break she went to the other room and said, "Prague, you over there? Can you help me out with some some lines?" It's nice to have some strong players in the family, but so does Kosteniuk. She can talk to her husband Pavel Tragubov, who's also a grandmaster. So it's nice to have someone to train with in the same house as you.
Yes, I totally agree with you. Unfortunately, I don't really have the same privilege yet. But yes, I think both players are using their break time very wisely, and I think we will see some explosive openings in the 3 minute portion. I think they will switch some of the openings or some variation. Maybe they will maybe they will still play the same openings, but just have a little twitch to their variations.
Yeah, I think that is necessary. You make little changes here and there and try to get in your comfort zones. And I want to get chat involved right now because we're heading into the middle time control, 3 minutes plus 1 second increment. Who do you think is going to win this match? Will it be Kosteniuk, who has the lead 4-3 right now, or will it be Vaishali, who said, "I love bullet chess," and maybe she could be the faster of the two? So let us know in chat.
And maybe you and I can make our own prediction. Who do you think will win the 3 minute portion? Just this 3 minute portion. Maybe it will go over like 6 or 7 games, right? So let's see. For me, in the 3 minute portion, I think it will be quite a close match. So it's going to be even. So
Okay, you think
Kosteniuk will still be leading toward the last stage of the match.
So you think they'll tie the 3+1? I am going to give the nod to. I have no idea. How am I supposed to choose between these two players that we see on the screen? They feel very evenly matched right now. I'm not just saying that because of the score. I think the way the games have gone have felt like this match could be 4-3 in the other direction. It wouldn't surprise me if anyone has a 2-game lead or if it's even. So I think that Vaishali has played really, really well thus far. And as we see, she goes back to the bishop's opening, does Kosteniuk, and Vaishali once again challenges that bishop right away. So I will answer your question, and then I'll pass the mic to you. I'll go with Vaishali winning this by 1 point, this section.
Okay, so it means your prediction that they will go to the 1 minute portion with even score, yeah?
That's right.
Okay, and we see now it's still looking like the same game like the bishop opening that we saw before.
Yeah, it is. And black doesn't have to take on c4 right away. Now, you mentioned this in the previous game. The bishop has nowhere to run to. As soon as white pushes the a-pawn, then the bishop has a retreating square. So when the pawn pushes, then you can take it. If the bishop goes to b3, you also can take it. But here we see exactly that.
Yes, yes. And Vaishali has a very good reason to repeat this variation again because remember, she won in a very elegant fashion in the tactical prowess. You know, the last move e2 that promotion was really unavoidable. So yeah, I think I can understand why Vaishali repeats this opening again because it doesn't really give her any problem during that game.
So she strikes with d5. It's exactly what she did the last time. And I think what Kosteniuk is relying on is this f5 square. She wants to get her knight there. And ooh, bishop takes d5, given a question mark. Bishop b2, the immediate response. f6, I guess, but still knight f5.
Or maybe Vaishali should have taken that on d5 with the queen and then go to the end game with the pair of bishops, and maybe that is what computer was preferred.
That might make sense. And we're seeing this position here. I think she's afraid now of these knight f5 jumps. The black king will be in some danger. This queen can jump out to g4, knight to f5. And also there are tactics. If I take on e7, oh, this might just happen here. Queen g4 first. Okay, this is preparation from Kosteniuk. At least it feels that way.
It feels that way indeed, yes. And yeah, she made just a little change to this position. I think she pushed a4 a bit too early in the previous game, but now she taken control with the knight first and then a4 in the different timing and then putting the bishop towards b2. So maybe yeah, there was some little advice there. The bishop was going to g5 in the previous game, and that was not such a good idea by Kosteniuk. But now the bishop on b2, I think, poses a more solid approach in the white's position.
She said, Robert, you just said Vaishali will win this time control by 1 point. Not so fast. Bishop to g6. At the very least, you could take on e7 and play bishop to a3 and win this exchange on f8. And there might even be rook d1 here. And she just goes for this. I mean, this is so simple.
This is happening right now, and Did Vaishali miss this? Because she is such a poker face. She doesn't really give expression. Even in the video, we see that even when she blunders, even when she wins, she just keeps the same facial expression.
She keeps that her emotions under control, and right now she's trying to control the center. She's down a rook for a bishop, so clearly white is well ahead. But there might be some chances here for black if Alexandra makes a mistake. But then I look at the clock and I see that it's Vaishali down to 48 seconds, and Alexandra confidently with 2 minutes 20 seconds. This was fantastic opening preparation from her.
Yes, yes. And now with an exchange up, I think, yeah, all you want to do is simplification. So queen f2 is obviously the natural move to make. You're hitting on the queen back and possibly hitting on the a7. So queen a5 is on the board. Time to bring the rook to the center.
Bring a rook to, you can just put all your rooks in line with this e5 pawn, and that should be good to get after that. But e4 and f3, that actually is a tactic because queen g5 check at the end was there. So you have to be very careful in these positions. And I think Vaishali, she doesn't have enough time, but I saw her eyes widen there. Maybe she sees some tactics in her favor.
Yeah, that is also possible too. Yeah, she doesn't have enough time on the clock to really calculate all these things. But I think eventually, when there is no other resort to make, I think she will come back to this e4 idea and then try to muddle the water again. So rook
But this
d7.
very, very smart move. It's on the attack, the b7 pawn, also staring towards the king side. An e4 is played, but it's too late. She had her opportunity earlier.
What about queen d4 now, hitting on g7?
Ooh, going for checkmate. The good news is the rook is on g5, so you can move the bishop out the way, but you're also hitting the e4 pawn. I love queen d4. Queen d4 is a fantastic move.
And then you have to be careful with the bishop moves, because after queen d4, if you play bishop f5, there is rook d5. But Kosteniuk just took on e4. I think it is also very, very good move. And e4, f3 takes. Can't you take it with the queen?
Well, if queen takes, maybe bishop h5 was just getting tricky. It didn't even work because of g4. So yes, you could have taken on after the queen. She takes with the pawn instead. She says, you don't really have an attack. You don't have enough pieces over there. But I feel like Kosteniuk, since the beginning, she's been well in charge. Minute 20 on her clock, about 10 seconds for Vaishali. I don't see how black survives this.
Yes, yes. Well, I think this match has gone without any blunders so far. Robert, we see how many games so far? 7 games, and I don't think any of the players committed to a very significant blunder like we saw in other matchup. So very close call. Ooh, which I just called it, didn't I?
Oh, yeah, but I don't even know if I can call that a blunder. I think it's just amazing play from Kosteniuk. Like, she just is playing a perfect game.
Yeah, close to perfection. Wow. Nice. So now Kosteniuk won the first game in the 3-minute portion and increasing the lead by 2 points.
Increasing lead by 2 points, and we get a new opening. Maybe Vaishali feeling some pressure, needing to win. She goes for a London system here from the white side, playing a calm, solid opening. None of this craziness. She just lost the game. She needs to find her footing once more.
Yes, so during the break, I think we sum up how many openings that the players have played. It was 6 before, and now with London, we already see 7 openings out of 9 games.
They're mixing and matching. It makes it a fun match indeed for us and this night. So just like Vaishali did with black, here Alexandra goes after the bishop on g3 but doesn't take it. Is bishop e5 a possibility here, trying to provoke this move f6?
And then what do you do after f6? Coming back to g3?
Just go right back. Maybe that doesn't actually gain so much. I'm just trying to be a little bit cheeky. But g6 gaining a question mark, that feels harsh. So that's why I'm trying to punish it.
Yeah, so this might be a very good provocation, but yeah, black's position is still standing very fine, very solid, so Kosteniuk doesn't have anything to worry about.
No, she can castle, then play f5, get a Dutch type of position. White is very solid. It's the London type system here, and with the exchange on g3, I don't know how easily black will castle, and bishop d3 already threatens rook takes h7. This is, I think, uncomfortable for black.
That's true. That's true. Again, we are seeing a close position where the bishops are not really in their best place. So c4 by Vaishali, breaking the center like this and taking control over the c file as well. Rook c1 will come, and also queen c2 is already here. And rook h7, like you mentioned, Robert, this is such a nice tactical spot on by you.
But I think it's so easy to miss because you look at Queen C2, just Rook C1, Queen C2 going after the C7 pawn. You need to stare in that direction as well. And F5, that's a move that blocks the Queen's diagonal, but it's also a move that is risky and provocative, and it got a question mark.
Yes, yes, yeah. I think it because it gives some square for the knight, especially going to e5. I think rook c1 looks interesting, but I think I might actually go long castle, which Vaishali just did. Yeah, and then try to do something over the center because now it's a bit hard decision for Alexandra where to go with the king on e8, whether it is short castle. If it's short castle, then I'm sure Vaishali would try her best to attack along the h file.
C6 was a curious move to me. I don't know about you, Irene, but C5 ideas seem pretty natural with the queen on C2, Rook C8, C5 type of stuff. C6 feels much more passive, and I'm waiting to see where black is going to strike. You have bishops, you need open space.
That's true. And I think I'm trying to understand the c6 move. Maybe Alexandra is preparing, oh, of course, preparing taking on d5 with the c pawn and having control with the e6 pawn. I mean, so that also the c file can be open for the rook. But yeah, c5 looks a bit more natural to me as well.
But we just saw G4 played, and I'm wondering what kind of tactics are in the air. If pawn takes G4, is there rook takes H7? We might need an analysis board for this for the first time in this time control. Queen E7, given double question mark, probably you can start taking pawns in the center. But if we go back a move here, pawn G4, rook H7, rook takes, queen G6 check, king F8, and if I take the rook, I lose my knight. So I'm playing knight G5 first here, and I'm threatening checkmate in one on F7, knight takes E6, the H7 rook is hanging, and this would have been a winning position for white.
Exactly, and this is going to be very beautiful if it happens on the board. But Kosteniuk saw it as well, and that's why she moved Queen E7, and it's double question marks because yeah, you can just simply take all of the pawns in the center, and white will enjoy a better position.
Takes maybe queen C7 and bishop to bishop B5 and rook C1. I get that she's trying to keep the tension for now, but I think she could have just leapt into C7 with her queen and then had a fantastic looking position with these weak pawns for black.
Yes, I agree. Yeah, I would have taken the pawn and played queen c7, and I'll just wait what my opponent will react on that threat. Yeah, rook c1 looks a little bit too slow for me because I think it is also the time for black to consolidate the position. It can be castle, it can be rook c8, or takes on.
Oh,
Okay, I don't like this taking.
I don't like that at all. Now, where are you going to castle it? To castle's queenside. Oh my goodness.
Can you just play bishop d5, bishop b5? I don't know, hitting on c6.
I want to, for sure. Maybe it was knight to b8, so you're barely holding on as black here. But something about this feels very wrong. If I can get knight g5 to work at some point, you're just going to win on the light squares.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I don't like this long castle move at all because this just asking for problems.
And the bishop goes back to 8. Both players at 30 seconds. The mistakes will happen. Is rook takes c6 available just to get those light squares and go for checkmate?
Yes. I'm also looking at d5. Maybe it was a good move. But yeah, rook c6 is absolutely the best move in this position. Takes, and you have to watch out. Queen b7 is the threat right now.
So the queen now defends it. The knight goes out the way, but knight e5. And there are some ideas with queen takes b6, for example, and knight c6 check. All sorts of tactics here involving the c6 and b7 squares. Rook, knight d5, maybe queen takes d5. Same idea with knight c6 check. So I would be very scared with black. 11 seconds. All right, is it here?
She did it. It is there. You called it, Robert. Knight d5, queen takes d5, rook takes d5, and knight c6. Oh, I didn't see that.
Because the knight is hanging on d2. Great awareness from Kosteniuk. She's right back in the
Wow.
game.
Yeah, yeah. Wow. Yeah,
I don't
that was such a good move.
I don't know how black survives this, but rook d7 to c7 is a great way of showing me how. Queen e4 check, getting the queens off the board. Kosteniuk is turning this around.
Right. Yes. What a turnout by Kosteniuk. Like really, it's amazing how she defended it so well, not in a passive defense, but actually a very active defense, and also she's attacking. And right now, she is looking like going to increase the lead again.
Oh, but look at this. Vaishali steals the e pawn, plays f3. It's turning around again. Rook h1. These pawns are very loose here. Bishop and knight for white are super strong.
Yeah, but watch out with this pawn on g3. It might be a very dangerous pawn. It can promote. Oh,
What
knight
is
g5. What is going on?
Rook takes g2. Free pawn. They're in time trouble. Mistakes are going to keep happening here. Both players are scrambling, but I have fear for the black king. There's going to be some kind of back rank checkmate.
Right, and now white is just so good. Okay, knight e6, e5, and
Here come the
okay,
pawns.
and then
Oh, rook f7. Rook f7. Bring the rook
rook
up into the
f7.
attack.
Yo,
Here comes the e pawn now. Now it's simple.
okay, now
Finally,
it's
at long last.
unstoppable. Yeah,
That was a
now it's
crazy
something that we
position.
can understand.
That was just wild. I mean, both players just throwing their pieces on random squares almost. But it's an extra bishop for Vaishali. She is going to secure this victory. I have full faith in her. Up a full piece. So yeah, this has been a very wild game.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, and then especially when they're down to less than 5 seconds, yeah, mistakes, blunders are happening. And now I think it's another technical win by White. She should be able to finish this off if there is no.
Oh, she blundered a piece.
Oh, I thought it
No.
was.
Oh my gosh, this
So
is speed chess for everybody.
yes, yes, anything can happen. Yes, wow. She missed that, and now this is technically drawn
Yeah,
as
the
long
rook and
as
two,
neither of the side blunders. Yeah.
but that's a big if, right? There's been so many blunders already. Rook e7 check already starting to look a bit scary. Oof. Wow, I can't believe what we just saw.
Right, right. Such a fork, rook d4, taking the bishop. Yes. What a miss by Vaishali.
Unreal. Just you need to make sure, just for everybody watching, how to avoid. Ooh, that got tricky for a second there. But how
Yes,
to
that
avoid
was very
those
close.
blunders is rook a8. This pawn is in danger, but the king now gets out the b6.
No.
Well done by Kosteniuk here.
Oh, they just don't take. Oh, you can take actually. You can take because b5 just takes, and it's a stalemate. Okay. Wow, what a game.
What recognition there by Kosteniuk at the end, because it would have been losing if she didn't get into that stalemate. So well done by her. But I was going to give one suggestion to everybody is when you're up material and you're in a bullet scramble like that, you want to make sure your pieces are on defended squares. So her rook left the bishop's defense. She should have had her bishop attached to a pawn. Tether them together so that they're defended. But for Vaishali, that's going to be a huge disappointment.
Right. Yes. Yes. That is a very good advice, Robert. Yes. Just defend all your pieces and then try slowly. Yeah. But first, defend all your pieces because tactics always come when there are unprotected pieces. So make sure you protect all your pieces.
And we have somebody very happy about the Sicilian being played. So Vaishali goes for it.
Yes.
We have a bishop b5 check, so you have to temper your expectations. It's not going to be a crazy, chaotic, sacrificial Sicilian. It became positional quickly. White has the bishop pair. Irene, I played these types of positions from the white side. Objectively, the computer says not much there. But what do you think? Do you think White has some practical chances with the bishop pair?
Not really, not really. This position is yeah. I played this both as white and black as well, and I was happy to get this position as black. It means that black can equalize this position. I mean, you know that white was always slightly better in the beginning, but yeah, I would be happy to have this position as black. So, and with the pair of knights in this type of position, I think I even like it better because now I don't know what to do with the bishop on b5, to be honest, because it doesn't hit anywhere. If you put it on the other diagonal, also it doesn't hit on e6. Like, what are you trying to get on e6, right? So, but still, the position is even. It's always the case of every game by these two players, and we just see who is going to be the trickiest player in this match.
It's a great way, though, of breaking down the position. This bishop on c4, that's the advantage, quote unquote, two bishops advantage, but it's staring into a brick wall. And h5 was played to get knight g5 in. I think knight e5 was a better way of doing the same idea. And after h3, you stopped black's one big threat, and now this pawn h5, it might want to move back at some point because this bishop now has a landing spot of its own. What? Knight e8 to d6.
That's possible, yeah. Although after knight d6, there's bishop f4, provoking e5. But I like this knight e4 moves. It stops everything. Ooh, didn't I just say bishop f4, provoking e5?
Yes,
No, might
because you want.
be, yeah. No, might be the time because after bishop f4, e5, you take on d6 first.
Indeed. So knight takes d6, and that way you can only take one piece at a time. And this bishop on c4, what were we saying? That bishop didn't have good scope. Suddenly, it sees through towards the black king.
Exactly, yeah. This is the dream plan for white. If the pawn just stands still on e6, this will not happen. But nice provocation by Alexandra, and this is something that Vaishali should avoid. But of course, we as commentators, we can call this out easily. There is no pressure, there is no responsibility on our shoulder. But it is a different story for the players.
Black's best move would be pawn back to e6. Like just
Yeah.
it gives the knight on d7 access to the e5 square. It blunts the bishop on c4. It gives the bishop on g7 more scope. And now look at this knight rerouting to c6 and up to d4. Do not blunder this pawn. Keep your queen with an eye on it, and well, now you don't have to worry about it anymore because the queen trade is on offer. But that move got a question mark. I don't see why.
Yeah, I'm trying to understand as well. Okay, so I mean, this position still is better for white, but maybe because yeah, black had a better option than king h7. So what is the idea? I know that white is better, but we have to have some follow-up ideas.
Right, rook e2 suggests rook e1, and maybe at some. Oh, well, rook e1. I lose sight of the a5 pawn. I'm glad to have my bishop here, but I just have to keep an eye on a5.
Right, yes. I like this pawn moves by Vaishali. It's fixing the pawn structure by white, so white cannot really make any breakthrough except the one that she is doing right now, f4. And how does Vaishali respond to it?
Just drew an arrow here because e takes f4. Rook e7 slams down over here.
Ooh.
It's an exchange sacrifice that you can't take. I don't want to bring up analysis where just because Vaishali's down to 45 seconds and she was able to push e4 to keep the file closed, but a very clever idea by Kosteniuk.
But this pawn push is very, very expensive because you are sacrificing a pawn, and this is the central pawn. Can you just simply take on g7 and then take it also on e4? But there might be some knight jump to d4. So it's a little bit complicated still.
Yeah, knight to d4, knight takes a5. That pawn over here is hanging as well. But you can't take on a5 without allowing rook e7. I would be a bit nervous about that. Wow,
Apparently she did it. I think you can put the king on h6 and hoping that you'll not get mated on the 7th rank.
That's maybe not such a dangerous thing because rook takes f4 will be the follow-up. So great recognition from Vaishali. I was scared. She was calculating. She's doing the right thing. I'm just reacting with my emotions.
Right, and now bishop back to d3. Okay, so counting the materials, everything is still even. And now, oh, nice breakthrough, f5 and take on h4. Yeah, I like the bishop compared to the knight in this position just because this bishop will participate in the attack while the knight will be just defending.
This pawn on f5 is threatened, so this knight can go up to d4 to defend that pawn, but this rook does get access to e7 square. Things are starting to look a bit tricky, and black is down to 23 seconds. Vaishali, she goes rook f6, she defends her pawn. It's a smart idea. I'm looking at her clock. I'm nervous for her now.
I'm very nervous as well. And also, in the long term, there's some additional outside pass pawn on h3. If everything, imagine everything is traded off, all the pieces are traded off. It is only white that is standing better in the pawn endgame.
That's true. And black at some point would like to push the queenside pawns. Hard to push them though with the bishop on d3. So we see the rooks are traded on f6, and now white needs a follow up. I don't see an easy one. She plays b3. I feel like black should just try to trade off pawns, and I don't think she'll be able to lose.
Yes, and but we have to also remember that black has a knight, and knight is always the trickiest piece, especially when you're down to 20 seconds like this. It's always hard to predict where the knight will jump on. And I thought we were going to see some repetition, but apparently, of course, not.
Yeah, Vaishali's playing for a win now. She likes what you're saying
Yeah.
about the knight. The knight goes to a dark square. The bishop can't deal with that. And the black king can quickly walk towards the center. Watch out for black's outside pass pawn.
Ooh, yeah, that's true. That's true. Yeah, I almost forgot to see my opponents. Well, not my opponents, it's Vaishali's opponents, but yeah, that is the very good idea by Black, yeah, to create the outside pass pawn by playing a4.
I thought the king was going to go up towards the center, but she's probably worried about this h pawn. So she brings her king to g7. The rook is defended. Here comes the a pawn. If the rook moves, there's discovered check against this king. Oh, wow.
Oh, apparently there is no good discovery. But
Knight
you
h3.
can simply take on h3, for example.
But that would have given up the a pawn. So instead, Vaishali smartly brings her
Uh-huh.
knight to b6. Knights are tricky, as you said. Both sides have their chances here.
Right. Knight c4, offering the trade. Do you take this? Oh, but hang on. If you take that, it might be a bit dangerous though.
She gets her knight to b6 back. Oh, rook c6. Rook a6 at some point will be annoying, pinning this knight.
I
What
think
is
at this
happening?
point they're just playing, because they're down to 1 second. They're just playing. They don't really care what comes next.
And it looks like Alexandra. Oh, she says no to the draw. She could have made one. And watch out, this bishop is pinned here, but the rook gets back to a3.
Right. But then when the other pawn, especially the c pawn, is fallen, then it's just a drawn position.
Love bishop d1, keeping pawns on the board. h5 is coming. The black king is pushed back.
Ooh,
Don't
nice.
take
Setting up the trap. Yes. Knight g6, and then bishop will be on
bishop
d3,
d3.
parking there nicely. And it's over. It's over for Vaishali.
And unlike the previous game, the bishop and pawn are tethered together. There's no way to blunder with these pieces protecting each other. And now bring your king closer. This is going to be a win for Kosteniuk. She's somehow pulled this win out.
Yeah, and then she's just showing this is how you win with an extra bishop. Oh,
Oh,
there's a
what a
checkmate there. Checkmate on c3.
Yeah, but that was so smart by Vaishali. She's trying to induce a stalemate. There was a checkmate, but clever play from Vaishali, who is struggling right now, losing this game and now down 3 points in the match.
Wow. Well done for Alexandra Kosteniuk. It was such a nice play by her.
She earned that point. She played on when she could have made a three-time repetition. Vaishali also played on instead of making a repetition. So these two are fighting. Back to the London system we go. And Irene, it's a 3-point spread. Are you starting to get worried about Vaishali, or you still feel with so much match left, she's fine?
I put all my money on the bullet. So I hope the lead will not be too huge. So this is already 3-point lead. If it's still on 3-point lead until the end of the 3-minute portion, I think Vaishali still has some chances in the bullet portion because yeah, it's still 3-point. But as we saw yesterday, it was 8-point lead before the 1-minute portion. It's a bit too much. So yeah, as long as Vaishali can keep her composure, because she hasn't won any single game in the 3-minute portion. This is time. This is time for her because she has been playing such a good game. She has been playing a very even match with Kosteniuk. So I think it is time for her in this game to come back with a win.
And we can see that some of these time scrambles, they could go either way. And Alexandra is in great form right now. She's also the most experienced women's speed chess championship player, playing in every single edition. Now we see a queen trade is offered. Will we get another technical endgame? Will Vaishali trade, or will she back her queen up somewhere on the diagonal to keep more pieces on the board?
She pulled the queen back to c2. She doesn't want to go to the endgame, and possibly she's aiming to get a tactical position. And now rook e1, posing the threat of pushing e4. Yes, and then, but Yeah, there are already two minor pieces getting traded, so maybe this is not very dangerous for black.
No, it's not such a sharp position. Black's pieces all on good squares. There's pawn tension to d4. More trades can happen. I think you have to play e4. And the fact that Vaishali spent almost 10 seconds on that move, I feel like when she's confident, she plays the move instantly. But there is something about this match that's getting away from her at the moment, and she is just trying to make sure she has everything under control.
Exactly, yes. Rook e2. So as long as she doesn't blunder anything, I think the position is still a little bit better for white. I'm going to ignore the e-file bar there because I think white is still having a bigger space advantage. Yeah, doubling up the rook. Oh, yeah, I know there is really no risk in the black's position either, but I like white's position better.
I like White's position better as well. You have great control of the center, doubled rooks here. You're not threatening anything. That's the big problem. Is I don't even know how to create a threat. And Black is solid, but I like Vaishali's lead on the clock. I like her control in the middle of the board, and I feel like there's no risk, and that's a big thing for her.
Yes, yes. When you're playing without any risk, you're actually going to manage your time better. And this is exactly what Vaishali need. She has to press Alexandra on the clock as well as on the board. If she doesn't get much on the board, at least she will get some edge on the clock or vice versa. So Queen E4 is on the board, and now whole white pieces are on the the king side. The knight is waiting to participate, and yeah, with this trade, I think White's position is looking even better.
I still don't know what the threats are going to be, but Queen C7 says you'll never threaten me because I'm going to trade off the queens. Queen F4 comes to mind here, and
Oh, Queen F4. Yes.
now I like Vaishali's position. I think with King of the Queens on, it's funny how chess is like that. And I know when I play, I'm like, my position's fine. Wait, I don't like my position. No, my position's fine. No, it's worse. Like that's what happens with every single turn. And I'm just looking at a rook lift potential, and that's why I worry for the Black King a bit.
Yes, rook left, rook left. It's very typical when you're attacking in a king side like this. But Alexandra knows such a method, and after this rook left, maybe rook will go to d5 and try to also defend from the fifth rank.
That's a great move, and she finds it. Rook h5 will be available, and that would force a queen trade. Rook g3 here is possible, but rook h5, queen takes f6, queen takes g3. I think I'm going to show that if we can bring up an analysis board,
Yes,
just because it's such
let's
a
do
fun
it.
variation. Rook g3 looks like such a strong move, and it looks like you're threatening the queen takes f6. But after rook h5, queen takes f6, there's queen takes g3. I've removed the pinning piece. You take my queen, I take yours. I have a rook, you only have a knight. That would be too much to bear.
Right, yes. And I'm sure the players will not miss this. And we come back to the current position right now. After rook d5, Vaishali is still thinking.
And she's down to 50 seconds, so she needs to find a move. And I saw the eval bar react. That gives me a hint that rook g3, rook h5, there might be like a knight takes e6 there. That was hard for me to
Ooh.
spot. I didn't see it right away. But then I saw the eval bar slightly go in white's favor, which means there's a tactic, and she finds it. This is what I'm saying. Vaishali is such a good calculator.
Yeah, she calculates everything. This is the modern chess, yeah. Oh, will we see knight e6? Knight e6. She saw it. Knight e6 is on the board.
And that's the thing is rook h5 trapped the white queen here. So if not queen takes f6, she didn't blunder. She saw one step ahead. Unlike me, unlike Kosteniuk, knight takes e6 is a fantastic shot. Queen takes f6 to follow with queen takes e6 check to save the white queen.
Wow, such a nice intermezzo. Yeah, I'm sure Alexandra missed it. Yeah, this is something that can easily be missed, and especially you're under 1 minute right now. Alexandra has to move. Alexandra has to decide what to do on her next move.
And somehow knight takes queen was a mistake. Rook takes g7 first was available according to the engine, but this is still really good for white. You see the evaluation +2. They're back rank checkmate. So the knight is not actually under attack right now, and that's why rook d1, the knight will be able to evacuate.
Right. Yes, and yeah, white has to act fast, yeah, because otherwise, if there is no rook d1, h6, and everything else, and the knight on c7 might be trapped. King f8, and now knight is able to evacuate itself. Then after, yeah, this is an extra pawn rook endgame. Maybe computer can defend it, but it's almost impossible in a practical chess.
Seems incredibly difficult, especially with 10 seconds or 12 seconds on the clock for black. But I will note that Vaishali had a really nice tactic in the Grand Swiss, which she won. But she had that one game where she took on f7, but didn't convert it in the end game. So there could be some bad memories there. King d4 was a really nice move, by the way. If the rook goes to e-file, we'll see a rook trade. So she's just keeping her pieces nicely centralized.
Right, yes. And provoking all the pawns to move forward. This is what Alexandra did at the moment, trying to pose more problems, not easily getting her opponent away with their ideas. And but this is a technical win for Vaishali, of course. Although it's not very easy, it still has some difficulties in converting the position. But I think Vaishali will do the job.
Well, I'm watching this king on g4, and that's why the rook went to e3. You're right that this looks like it should be c5 and a4 in some order. Push those pawns, get a new queen. The rook on e3 holds down the king side. Oh.
Yes. So wow. So the king on g4 is actually a very good king. Yeah, it stops the white rook to do anything else but defending the g3 pawn. There might be some fortress happening because if you cannot exit b6, what's happening?
This h pawn. This is definitely a type of fortress, and I think that black is going to win h4 and give up b6, and this should be a draw. So Vaishali played so well, and she's letting the advantage slip.
Wow, but Alexandra is also very known as a very good endgame player. So actually, no surprise that she could equalize this, and it becomes a draw, and the players will agree to repeat the moves and another draw. So still Kosteniuk leading by 3 points.
And I think it's because Vaishali pushed the pawns in the wrong order. She should have pushed her pawn to c5 instead of b5. It allowed black to create the stronghold of the b6 and rook c5 herself. Vaishali is going to be kicking herself for letting that one slip. But Kosteniuk deserves a lot of credit for fighting. Her tenacity is on full display. And right now, 3-point lead for her. She gets the white pieces. We get into the Sicilian. Irene, what do you think about this opening?
See, second move, Vaishali chose to play e6. So trying to not ignore, but try to avoid the bishop b5 variation that Alexandra already played in the previous game. So it shows to me that Vaishali wants another fighting game, but Alexandra knows it inside out. She doesn't want to get the game into some complexity. She chose this line, and then this promised Alexandra to have like a very solid approach in the opening.
This is not solid from black. g5, throwing the pawn up the board. If this knight were on f5, we'd be talking about a nearly winning advantage for white, but it takes a while for white to actually get on over there, and black is about to complete her development.
Yeah, this is something that Vaishali has to do. Yeah, she cannot just play some quiet chess again, because she is in a mastering situation. She is 3 points behind, so she has to force matters at some point. So g5, h5 is very energetic move.
She wants h4 to trap the bishop. If white plays h4, black will play knight g4 and start ripping open the king side. I love the way that Vaishali is playing this with no fear, and the eval bar is actually starting to go down in her favor a bit. She can start improving her pieces, gaining more space.
Right, yes. f3 is what Alexandra chose, not to, again, play a complex game by playing h4. But now it looks like some King's Indian attack is going to have on the board. And I like Vaishali's position. Again, I will ignore the eval bar there, because it feels like Vaishali is just doing great.
Yes, she did have to put her knight on h7, which is not the ideal square. The pawn on g5 was threatened. But the knight goes into d5, which is maybe the single most natural move that white could have made, and yet it got a question mark. That's how tricky chess can be. You make a knight jump into an outpost square in the center, and then the engine's like, yeah, that's not right. You should do something else next time.
Right, yeah, the knight on d5 looks so good there, but it's not really hitting on anything yet at the moment. But at least white can get a sigh of relief by having the knight on d5. And h4 is finally on the board. Is this a pawn sacrifice? Can you just simply take it?
I think that at some point queen h6 will be the attempt, but not now. Not now because of rook e6. But I get the feeling that's what Alexandra's aiming for, but it is a pawn sacrifice, and I think that Vaishali should grab it.
Yeah, she should grab it. If she's on to the mood of fighting and attacking chess, yeah, there's no other way than grabbing the pawn right now.
And she does. And bishop f2, good retreat. F4 is about to happen, ripping open the position even more. I'm nervous for black, but I don't see the immediate knockout. And bishop e6, another natural move given a question mark.
Yeah, I would consider to play h3 actually instead of bishop e6. Just try to, you know, move forward with my pawn. Try to rip open the white's king. But okay, now we see f4, and I think this is such a good move by Alexandra because although there's a question mark there, I'm just a bit nervous about the white's king being very cornered like that.
Both players seem to be playing the natural moves that the engine doesn't approve of. And the good thing for them is they have no idea what the eval is. Nobody was saying white is +2 and black is this. They're just looking at this and wow, that looks like a questionable move because e4, are you really giving black two central passers?
Oh, that is very dangerous and very decisive decision. E4 and then followed by queen f6, for example, and your knight is just about to go to g6. Yeah, this looks like the table has turned, and I like the position better for Vaishali.
So unlike the other moves that received question marks, this was like very noticeably bad. So the other moves, like, okay, it's unclear, it might not have been best, it's blitz chess. Here we're like, wait a second, d4 and e4, pass pawns, oh my, that looks worrisome. And knight g6, the move that again looked natural, given a question mark. I still like black's position because of these pawns, but maybe white can start an initiative.
Wow, f4, sorry, f5. Yeah, so Alexandra just acted immediately because yeah, she realized that the position is only better for black, and this pawn move reserves a square on f4 for the queen or for the rook, just to have a better square for the piece.
And knight e5 not available because of queen takes d4. That's why the knight went back to f6. And as you said, the f4 square is now white's for the taking. Rook f4 played. That h4 pawn's the target. Rook g4 check could be annoying. The black king looks like it's vulnerable.
Yes, yes, and e3 here is not possible because d4 will be fallen. So the knight has wasted a lot of tempi, Robert, if you count it, and there's no clear plan that Vaishali is doing. So she has to come up with some plan. Even a bad plan is still a good plan.
That's true. A bad plan's better than no plan at all. E3 played, giving up the d4 pawn. She probably wants the queens off the board, fearing for her king's safety. And she does have dark square control, but rook e5, a natural move. Once more, question mark, and rook takes h4. White is up 2 pawns at the moment.
Yes, yes, and are you going to protect the f5 pawn at all costs, or oh, okay, Alexander decided to just let it be.
Bishop g4, I think. Oh no, there's rook f4 there. So that, and then
There's
g3.
rook f4.
Oh, but g3.
Ah, clever, clever. Wow. Alexandra, what a move, what a plan. She just trapped her opponent like that.
Yeah, she tricked her. And Alexandra, she's made her mistakes in this game. She knows that all chess players are super critical of themselves. But the way she handles those tactical sequences, she just seems to be more alert right now. And that's the benefit of playing an OTB event, is you're working on your chess muscles every single day.
Exactly. Yes, yes. Alexandra has been an active player both on the board and online chess as well. I mean, she's very experienced in those fronts, and yeah, she knows all the tricks like this, of course.
4-point lead all of a sudden, and Vaishali will have a chance no matter the deficit going into the bullet, but she cannot see this expand to 5. She needs to stop the bleeding. Even a draw here and in a game after this will be okay, but she cannot afford to keep losing.
Yeah, she cannot afford. This is 4-point lead. This is already starting to worry me because I predicted that the 3-minute portion will be even, but it doesn't look like it's gonna be even now because as we see, Alexandra has been playing very well, even better in the 3-minute portion.
She has. She's played stellar chess. And right now we see an opening that doesn't have much bite to it. But this king on e1, it's about to make a big decision. Will it go to the queen side or will it go to the king side? I would be nervous to go to the queen side. It feels like you're walking into an attack as black as the c-file. But Vaishali's shown that she is not afraid.
Yes, yes. And Yeah, Vaishali is a type of this player who doesn't really care about the general evaluation. It's as long as she gets the play, as long as she gets the initiative, she will always totally go for it. And now Long Castle, it just shows that yeah, she's not worried of anything else.
I'm worried for her, and that's the responsibility of people is they have to worry for others. With Bishop D6, so instead of going out to B4, she goes to D6. The knight plants itself on E5. Now I'm no longer worried for Vaishali. To be clear, once the bishops are gone, I feel like she's safe.
Yeah, wow, with G4, another energetic move is just showing that she wants to attack on the king side, and she has to actually.
Here they come. Here come the pawns. Throw them all up the board. And black's b5, b4, that takes a bit of time. And it also creates some weaknesses in the position. So I'm starting to like how Vaishali's handling this. Or rook lift. Uh-oh, there's checkmating attack.
Well, I think you just have to. Well, yeah, it's a bit hard to defend in this position yet. But we see so many games where Vaishali was just attacking, and you see how good Alexandra at defending. So I think I agree with the eFall bar right now. I think there's nothing to worry about yet in Alexandra's position. Although yes, the attack looks really scary, but I'm sure there are other good defense that Black can do.
Well, she took on e5, which was given a question mark. And after pawn takes e5 back, queen e7, a very logical reply, also given a question mark. And I'm wondering if white is just going to do this. Queen h5, rook h3, and how in the world do you defend this h7 pawn?
That's true. And now G6 is preventing Queen H5, and you need more time to get to your attacking idea on the H file. But you can start if you start with Rook H3, maybe there's Knight D4. So maybe you have to start with your Queen first.
The pawn is hanging there. King to b1, a quiet move, getting farther away from the center, closer to safety. And maybe black will play h5 at the right moment, allowing en passant. That's a rule that you should all know is en passant here, and then tuck the king on h7. So it's called an umbrella pawn. It shields the black king from the danger.
Yes, I like that idea. I totally forgot about that idea about the umbrella pawn, but now you mentioned it. Yes, that is quite a possibility that Alexandra will do it in the last resort, but now she has no reason to do it yet, and especially now the H pawn has pushed, so there's no more attack along the H file by the major pieces, and Alexandra consolidated the attack on the C file. H5 is there, Queen B4. This is going to get messy, Robert.
Wow, queen b4, not a move I was expecting. I thought the queen would help in the defense, but instead it goes on the offense. So d4 pawn is hanging. If you play a3, then the queen can just move back, and then this knight will try to sink its teeth in the c4 square eventually. So for Vaishali, she's doing well on the clock. She needs to remain like that, and she needs to figure out how in the world she delivers a checkmate. This looks like an idea at some point to go after the black king.
Yeah. I was actually eyeing for this idea: knight d5, e d5, e6. I don't know how good it is, but it is a possibility, and there may be something that Vaishali had an eye on. Yeah, because it looks really good. But I like this knight maneuver: knight to d1, to e3, to g4, and then you're occupying all the important square on f6 or h6.
That looks fantastic. Maybe first you have to deal with this one because I thought knight f5. If you go knight g4, is there rook takes c2? That gives black some much needed counterplay. The engine suggesting that this might be an option, but it's also saying that white is still well ahead. This knight on f6 is really dangerous.
Yeah, I think if the two rooks traded off with the queen, it will be just better for white because black cannot do anything with the queen due to this position of the king. It always some checkmate ideas on the back rank. So rook c2 is not really a move on this position.
Yes, the back rank and then just on h7. Knight f6, rook h1, pawn takes g6, rook h on the h file is going to be a disaster for the black king. So I think rook takes c2 is a move I would play in bullet. I just feel like black is losing this game if I don't do it because knight f6 is happening no matter what.
Right, yes. Yeah, this looks almost impossible to defend. After knight f6, it's just going to be a much better position for white. And also, I can throw in some c3 if I need to.
Oh my goodness. Knight f6. Which way is your king even going here? To f8? h6, queen h8?
h6, yeah.
That's the saddest queen I've ever seen. Like, I feel like this is an alpha zero position, but usually alpha zero is down like a bishop before trapping the queen over there.
Yeah, exactly. But you also maybe want to keep the tension on this one because you might use the H file as the open file for your major pieces. So doubling up the rook and maybe penetration to H7 later.
And I like the way that both players are handling this. The king on a2 is safe away from the queen's eyes. That's why the king went to a2. It gives white a tempo in this position. And what to do here? Even queen h5, a queen trade probably is also winning for white, but why trade the queens when your king is safer?
Right. And now, are you planning to make an Alekhine's gun, tripling your major pieces on the same file like that and then hitting on H7? I think that might be the scenario here. I was just thinking, oh, okay, you can just take it right away, yeah?
And then now there's going to be an attack against the black king. How do you get there? Queen somehow needs to get into the game, get back into enemy territory.
Yeah, I'm totally with you. Maybe Queen D1 is a good idea here, but I like knight D7 and then rerouting the knight maybe to C5. But okay, what is going on right now?
Mistakes are happening because both sides are in time trouble. Knight takes c3,
Let's
go
C3.
rook h2. Just bring the rook back. Smart decision. The rook shields the white king, and now it also can help in the attack. Oh, don't lose your a pawn, but the queen coming to b4 will seal the deal.
Oh, Queen F5, Queen B6, and threatening checkmate on B7, and it's gonna happen. Yes, and Vaishali won and decreasing Kosteniuk's lead by 1 point. So it's now back to wait 3 minute.
Is it
Sorry, three point lead again.
Yes, it's back to a 3 point lead. And importantly, there's another game that just gets underway. There are about 30 seconds remaining on the match clock in this time control. So if Vaishali can win this game, it ended at the perfect moment. If Kosteniuk thrives in the 3 minute, like we've seen from her thus far, then the game ended a little bit too quickly for Vaishali. So this is a big, big moment for both players.
Yes, and I think she also chose the right opening for a comeback. She played the Kings Indian defense. See how diverse these players are. I think we see Kings Indian defense before in their match. I don't think so.
I'm merging matches in my head. I forget because Lagno and Priyanka, they had some Kings Indians. So it's been a fun set of matches. Our last quarterfinal match here at the Julius Baer Women's Speed Chess Championship. The winner here gets to play Yifan in the next round, in the semis. We know Kateryna Lagno and Harika Dronavali are on the other side of the bracket. But right now, it's all about this match. Who will be our fourth and final semifinalist? I like this position for white, Irene. I think that with the central control and not the locked up center, will black get f5? That's the only counterplay that you typically see in the King's Indian.
Yeah, exactly. And at some point, you might want to reroute your bishop from b7 to c8. But Vaishali calls out your idea first, Robert, by playing f5. And now there is no threat or whatsoever with knight g5, knight a6. So you can safely play f5 on the next move.
And f5, which is the thematic move, given a question mark. And this is chess for you. Sometimes the idea that you want to play isn't well timed. And perhaps bishop c8 first so that you could take with a bishop was better. A3 played, it's clear. She wants b4. We get what white's idea is.
Yes, knight f6 back. So what happened after b4? You just want to drop the knight back to d7? Oh, you just simply take on e4. I think that was the idea.
Yeah, although in this position, it says +1. Neither player knows that. Plus, the engine is notorious for hating the King's Indian defense. It really, really doesn't like it. And as white goes to hit the f5 pawn, maybe black has to play e4, but that's so committal because this knight will get back to d4 then to e6. So this pawn f5 is in legitimate danger.
I see. Okay, that's a good point, Robert, because I was a bit worried of that pawn, like how to deal with that pawn. Should I play e4? But I don't like playing e4 because there's knight d4. So yeah. So what to do in this position then? After queen c2, rook f7. So Vaishali knows this idea that f5 is a bit untouchable.
So queen f5, knight takes d5. It is a mess over here. And bishop g5, I love that move from Kosteniuk, developing her last piece. And she has it here. Give me a pawn on g5, I trap your bishop. There's no pawn to go there.
Right, and maybe now it's time to unpin the knight by playing queen f8 because still queen takes f5 is still not a possibility due to knight d5.
Right, that pawn on f5 is untouchable, but c7 would be hanging if we move our
C7,
queen away.
yeah.
It
Right.
just
Yeah,
shows
so that's
there are problems everywhere, Irene, and that's why queen b8. What a sad move to play.
yeah, totally wrong side of the board, but there is almost nothing else that black can do in this position. Yeah. Rook A1 with a question mark, so there is a better move than Rook A1 according to computer.
What this shows that this position is super difficult to play, and the moves that look natural are often the moves that aren't best. But the players, they're trying to figure this out themselves when they only have less than 2 minutes on the clock. And I'm looking at the clock, and Kosteniuk, she's in the lead on time, so she needs to maintain this momentum.
Right, yes. And I'm still eyeing on this pawn on f5. Can I pressure it with bishop h3, for example? Because I know that I still cannot take it with the queen. So what about the bishop? And she did it.
This position is so difficult. Knight g6 at some point can go after this bishop, but you are attacking this f5 pawn first. Maybe bishop c8? I know it's a weird looking move, but I am defending this pawn once again.
Yeah, but first taking on a1 and now maybe bishop c8, but the queen on b8 is such a sad queen. Yeah, it's almost the Honor My Queen by Eric Rosen, but except that the queen hasn't been sacrificed yet.
Oof. And bishop c8, maybe there's knight a7 to c6 ideas. Can I go knight g4? That's the last idea I have because my pawn f5 is so weak.
Yeah, that is actually a pretty good idea. Yeah, because knight g4 cannot happen before due to h3, but now okay, Vaishali chose to play bishop c8. I think it is a good idea now after bishop c8, bishop d7, and finally the queen has the control back over the back rank. But of course, the position is looking very good for Alexandra right now.
It is indeed. Knight g6, though, will be Vaishali's next move. So Alexandra, she needs to play with some accuracy. I like the look of knight a7. She goes rook a7. The engine doesn't love it. There's some options at some point to make a move like c5 just to open up the 7th rank. But f4 first. She's going after the white king.
Wow, f4, and now it offers the trade of for the light square bishop. Will Alexandra take it?
I don't know, but she's poking her nose quite quickly trying to figure it out. And she is down to almost nearly the same time that Vaishali has. Ooh, taking on f6, giving herself the e4 square. That's quite thematic.
Yeah, knight e4, and then there might be some possibility of forking later on d6 and f7. So yeah, knight e4, I really like this move, but this will also allow some sort of like queen h3 and f3. So maybe I understand queen e4 is what Alexandra chose in this position.
She decides to bring her queen to the center to save her kingside. Bishop g7, a nice retreating move, opening this rook up. If black could get this knight, h7 to g5, this game could turn around very quickly.
Indeed. Yeah. So what Alexandra has to do is to consolidate her white king, because when it is safe, you can easily attack on the queen side. Queen g4 still posing some problem.
Yeah, this is a very tricky position. Both sides will make use of h5. I love that. The queen is defended. Now knight h7 to g5. Bring that piece into the game.
Right. And I think I would love it if Alexandra would offer some queen trade, because it would be easier to play when the queens are off the board.
Oh my goodness, this looks scary for the white king. Pawn takes g3. No, she wants mate. She wants some kind of checkmate over here. Queen f3, what a find.
Wow, what a fight. And g4, this is such a nice blockade. And after that, you can put your knight on e4 and there is no penetration, except along the h file. This is something that Alexandra has to watch out.
Your queen h4, threatening queen h1, and it's that the most natural move, again, is the wrong one. Trading queens, this is strategically lost because the pawn on c7 is a goner.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. But now, how to... Oh, okay, that is the way. So now knight e4 can be done. What?
Oh, it's a draw by repetition, and Alexandra, once she sees the evaluation, will not be happy. She could have gone after the c7 pawn, knight e4, as you were about to suggest, with the king on d3. That looked destabilized, and she probably could have won the game, but she still leads by 3. Vaishali saves that last game there, and Irene, all is left to the bullet.
Right, yes. Well, it was such a missed chance by Alexandra, but I think she just wants to reserve her energy for the bullet because she knows that this is what her opponent is mastering at. So it's going to be a very interesting last stage of the match.
It will indeed. And right now, Kosteniuk leads by 3, but Vaishali said her favorite time control is the bullet, and that's what's coming up next. The players, they get a break. We're going to go on a break as well, but before we do, I want to give a special shout out to the College Ambassador Program because it is back. If you're a college student who wants to help grow chess on your college campus, join the team and get the backing of Chess.com at your school. Benefits include diamond memberships, exclusive Chess.com merch, career opportunities, and even meeting chess celebrities. For all the details, use the command CAP, C-A-P, in chat. That's the College Ambassador Program. Join it right now, and we're going to head to break. When we return, it's more from the Julius Baer Women's Speed Chess Championship.
Anyone who has played even a small amount of chess, especially online, is familiar with the concept of an opening trap. We've all fallen for one at some point or another. In many cases, a failed opening trap will leave you with a terrible position, but not always. We've compiled 10 opening traps that are not only guaranteed to work, but if your opponent doesn't fall for them exactly, you'll still have a decent position. Number 2, Legal's Mate. This opening trap, if your opponent cooperates, can lead to one of the most beautiful and famous checkmates in chess. Named after Sire de Legal, it dates back all the way to the 18th century. It occurs in an Italian game, and in this position we play knight c3. Black might play bishop g4, pinning the knight to white's queen, and we can play h3, forcing black to make a decision about the light-squared bishop. If they retreat with bishop h5, this allows the brilliant knight takes e5, where a free queen is offered. If black takes the bait and grabs the queen, can you spot the famous mate in 2? That's right. Bishop takes f7, king e7, which is forced, knight d5 mate. So, if our opponent does not take the queen bait, is this a dubious position? Not at all. Black's best response is knight takes e5, allowing white to win the light-squared bishop with queen takes h5, and after black takes the bishop on c4, white can win the piece right back with a queen check on b5, picking up the knight on the following turn no matter what black's response is. White is up a pawn with control of the center, a great place to be out of the opening.
I've never been a bullet fan, and actually that's, I think, the only chess discipline that I try to avoid almost completely. The only exception is this Women's Speed Chess Championship, and I play with 1, but +1. It does make a difference. I mean, 1-0 and 1+1, those are two completely different time formats, but still I don't enjoy it. It's just too fast and too nerve-wracking for me.
Welcome back to the Julius Baer Women's Speed Chess Championship. During the break, we heard an interview with Alexandra Kosteniuk where she said she is not a big fan of bullet chess, but she is happy to have that 1 second increment. Irene, we only have bullet left. Alexandra leads by 3. What to make of what we have?
It's totally a toss-up right now. Vaishali is such a monster at bullet, and I think Alexandra will face some hard time in the bullet in this last stage of the match. So we will see, we will see. But Alexandra is also a very experienced player, and I think she moves rather quickly as well. So with the 3-point lead, I think she has a good chance to proceed to the semi-final against Yifan.
And I wonder if she is analyzing positions, looking at their openings, because in bullet, you want to get off to a quick start. You want to feel confident in your opening play.
Yep.
And for Alexandra, she's played a great match overall. She doesn't want to see her lead slip because Vaishali is that good at bullet.
Exactly. And I think for opening prediction, I would predict lots of hedgehog, lots of modern defense type of position. And as for white, it's just going to be like this type of ratty position where you can just play it out for the first 10 moves without practically thinking.
Yeah, it's easy to play those positions, but it's also easy for your opponent to play them. That's the trade-off when you play less tense strategies. So for Vaishali, she knows she needs to make up this 3-point deficit. The good news for her is a few draws at the start, something like that. It's not the end of the world. There's 25 minutes of bullet chess. That means that there are going to be plenty of games.
Exactly. Yes. What Vaishali needs to think right now is actually not to think about the current result. What she needs to think is just to focus on her bullet power, because this is what will decide the overall result of the match.
And even though Kosteniuk doesn't like bullet, she's very good at it. I mean, she is such an experienced player online. She streams while playing. She knows how to deal with the time scramble. So she may not be a huge fan. She's pretty darn good.
No, she's very equipped in all front, Robert. So even though she doesn't like it, I'm sure she's still one of the best players in the world in bullet.
Yeah, it's true. So it's just not her preference, but still something that is not a weakness in her game. And we are going to have liftoff soon. Vaishali needs to catch up. She's down by 3 points. And for Alexandra, you can't play it too safe. I think that's what sometimes people do is they let me just play it safe, trying to make a draw. That's probably the wrong mindset, especially in bullet when everything is just up in the air.
Exactly. Yeah, everything can happen, especially in the bullet. We'll be expecting lots of mistakes, lots of blunders, a lot of hanging pieces. And I just noticed that Alexandra just took off her jacket. It means that she is focusing on the bullet right now. All the actions are here, all the stakes are here. So we will have a lift off soon.
The gloves are off. There's nothing holding her back. She is ready for this bullet section. And here we go. Vaishali gets the white pieces, and she goes for the B3 cowboy.
Yeah, B3 Cowboy it is, but it turns out to be another King's Indian defense, maybe, or maybe now it's more like an English symmetrical line. But yeah, this is totally the opening that I think will happen many times because this is such an easy play, and White will keep all the controls and slight advantage in the opening as well.
Great decision from Vaishali. And you're saying the control, this pawn on c4, knight, everything covers the d5 square. So black is a little bit more cramped. And if you take and this pawn takes back, your bishop on b7 is not a very good piece. Love to start from Vaishali.
Yes, centralizing the knight and then also offering the trade for the fiancé to bishop on g7. Yeah, this is very typical and very easy to play as well.
And you can take on f6 now and shatter black's pawn structure. You don't have to do that. You can play h4. You can pretty much do anything that you want. And she plays rook c1. If you take on d5, you lose a piece. There will be a pin down the c file.
Yes, I like that idea as well. And e5 is played, and Alexandra knows that this diagonal is the problem, so it is very wise decision for her to close it down. But knight g5, wow, what is the idea of knight g5? Maybe bishop h3.
Bishop h3 is in the air. There's still no knight takes d5 because the pawn takes. Knight goes back to e8, and she reroutes her knight to the center, but the queen is out now to e6. The c7 square is covered. That's why the knight went back to e8.
Wow. f5 is now on the board, but now the knight will be rerouting to the other side of the board. Maybe knight b5. I like this position still for Vaishali, but of course everything is still on the board. Only one pawn was being exchanged.
You know what the best part of Vaishali's game is? Her clock. Look how much time she's up.
Wow, she really likes bullet, Robert.
And it shows h5. Watch out, that's a big threat. And can you take and play h5? That's what I would do in a heartbeat.
Yes, I think you should take it first and now h5. Yes. But h5
Why-
was a question mark. That was such a natural move to make.
Maybe she could have thrown in knight d5 first. So maybe she actually played it a little bit too quickly. But this is natural stuff still. d6 and a7 are both under attack. The queen does defend d6, so she goes back with her knight. But I'm starting to like her chances here.
Right, f4. Wow, what a bold move by Vaishali. Bishop f6, and how to continue? Rook g1 d4. Is that an idea, or g4 immediately? I would play rook g1 first.
She's going to do that now. So if it takes, the rook can take back on g4. The black king is open, but rook f8. What a calm move from Kosteniuk.
Oh, just giving up the pawn like that, and now Vaishali is back leading the game again.
And knight d5. Is there rook c7 at the end? Is she going for some kind of checkmate? Wow.
I think there should be some. Is there any killer move in this position? It looks like white is better, but I don't see a straight way to win the game.
So it's even material all of a sudden, but white does have this pass pawn on f5, and the bishop on f6 is a little bit passive. But both sides have their chances here.
Exactly, yeah. The bishop on g6 stands so good, and now you're just hitting on h6. Queen e3 was a bad move because bishop g5, and they're gone is the threat. You could take.
Oh, bishop e8!
Oh!
Oh, they're missing things. It's bullet. It's going to happen, but that was a missed opportunity for Vaishali.
Wow. And now takes, and after f7, there's bishop a3, so the pawn cannot be promoted.
Unbelievable.
And now it's over. Wow. What a defense.
She stole that game. I mean, Vaishali had a winning position in like 8 different moments, but Kosteniuk, she fights to the bitter end, and she takes that point, and with it, a 4-game lead.
Yes. She is exceptional in defending, and not only that, she finds all these trap and tricks as well. Even though, didn't she say that she doesn't like bullet? But look at how she played, Robert.
She's playing very well thus far. She found that bishop g5 idea to save the game and, in fact, take the whole point. And what is going on here? Knight to h4, some kind of queen h5 check is in the air. It feels like an offbeat opening, and one that required Vaishali to spend some precious seconds.
Exactly. Now queen h5 is provoking g6, and now, you cannot take on f6 because there is a castle. That is such a tricky move by Vaishali.
Yeah, the rook just comes to f8, and now black is doing so well. Look at this strong center. White's wasted several moves with the knight and the queen, and here come all the pawns.
Yes. So Vaishali shouldn't mess this up again. She has all the control in the center. She has great position, and yeah, is there anything else that she would also get in this position? It's so good.
It's so funny when a move like king h8 is given a question mark. Rook f7 somehow was a better choice. And then knight a4 going after the c5 pawn. It looks very natural to me, but again, not the computer's recommendation.
Right, and Vaishali just gave up the pawn c5 with the idea of attacking g2. Now this is such a nice idea. I think, okay, now Vaishali is actually down a pawn, but she has the engine really likes her position because of her pieces activity.
Knight f4 and knight h3 is checkmate.
Nice.
And queen h3 is coming. I mean, everything seems to be a problem.
Everything is a problem for Alexandra in this position. Yes, I agree. And the queen on c5 looks a bit misplaced as well. So another sacrifice here and there. I just hope Vaishali doesn't mess this up because it is very important for her to win this game.
Queen d5 given a question mark. Knight c5 will be met by rook f7. But queen d6 play. She really wants those queens off the board, does Alexandra. That's not the accurate move because the queen slinks away.
And now maybe it's time to put something along the G file. Maybe the rook will go there. But oh, you cannot do that because after queen e7, yeah, you have to trade the queens first.
Oh, she doesn't take c2. That pawn is hanging back here. I don't know why she invited the bishop back to defend the pawn, but either way, she's taking control of the c file, and bishop f8 speaks to me to get this bishop on b4.
Right, and knight e6 is a good move. Now you cannot take that because white will have a passer. And bishop a6, wow, this is going to be a bit a mess, and Vaishali is actually down on time.
Bishop f1 in enemy territory. Both sides are making some good moves, and then also some mistakes. f3 will fall. No, she doesn't take it. Now it's definitely falling.
Right, yeah, and watch out, the king is almost get mated.
What's happening here? It looks like black just gave up an exchange, and now white is winning.
Yeah, the knight on g4 is such a strong knight. It blocks everything. So you have to kick it with h5. Oh, maybe not.
And it looks like black is close to delivering a checkmate. If you could give this king a check, it would be mate, but there's nowhere for this bishop to go to.
Yes, thanks to the knight. And also the bishop on e2 looks really good. It was a good outpost bishop, but it doesn't do anything.
And Vaishali needs to resign. She needs as much time on the match clock remaining. Just resign this game, start the next one.
I'm 100% with you. Yes, this is one of the strategies as well. Not only on the board, you have to see the remaining time left and then just reset and play the next one.
Okay, so she resigned with 16 minutes, 45 seconds remaining in the match. It's now a 5-point lead for Alexandra Kosteniuk. That's huge, but there will be time for at least 5 more games. But Vaishali needs to go on the winning streak, and she needs to start it right now.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, she has to start winning now because the lead has just been increased over and over, and now we see another King's Indian, or maybe starting with the Dutch opening moves.
And it's Kosteniuk with the black pieces playing the Dutch. Oh, what?
Dropping the queen! What is...
Oh my god, I literally just jumped out of my chair. The knight could have taken the queen.
Exactly, something that is very unexpected. Of course, Alexandra didn't expect it and play a normal move, bishop d7.
And she's laughing. Alexandra is laughing about what just happened. But if Vaishali wins, she could have rattled her. Sometimes it's just uncomfortable when your opponent blunders something like that and you don't capitalize.
Right, and you see even this is also the thing with Vaishali. She didn't show any facial expression, even though she just blundered. She just keep it cool.
But this position is still very spicy. She didn't lose her queen. It looks like a normal game. White did blunder the queen early on, but now everything is okay. And it looks like a fight. It's exactly the type of position that Vaishali should want.
Exactly. But in this type of position as well, it looks like, okay, after getting an outpost on d3, how can white penetrate this position? And black is now an exchange up.
And I think it was a good decision to give up the exchange rather than leave the knight on d3. White has good control in the center. I don't know why she played e3 the moment she did. That was clearly a mistake. But she's trying to get counterplay on the queen side. That's a pass pawn.
That is a pass pawn, but now Alexandra is trying to prove that sacrificing the exchange is not enough to compensate the position because now black is just having such a powerful play.
That bishop should have gone to a5 and the rook would have landed on c7. The bishop will go to a5 now, but the rook doesn't get the open file. I think this is still very tricky, and I would find it difficult for black to play this position. That pass pawn is very advanced.
Yes, I agree with you. And that is so advanced right now, but I think it's going to be weakening white's position because it looks more solid on b6 than it is now on b7.
Very true. Queen d2. If h6, there's rook b6. So she said defends her pawn. Can't really blame her for that. But I thought she could go after this g5 pawn.
Right. a3, a decoying move. You cannot getting away from control over the b7 pawn because that is your life. Once you lose that b7 pawn, you're losing the game.
Rook b7, queen a8 is bishop c8. So black was able to... Oh, rook c1.
It's a mistake. Rook c1. Oh, anything can still happen. Anything can still happen.
It was bishop e8 rather than c8 that was necessary. I suggested a losing
Uh-huh.
move, so I made the same mistake she did, but that was a bad miss from Kosteniuk.
That was a bad miss, and now the tablet has turned, and Vaishali is, I think, for once now leading the game.
And for Kosteniuk, don't resign. Waste as much time on the match clock as possible. Play this out. It's completely losing. Your king is about to be hunted, but keep on going.
Keep on going, yeah, and waste as much time as you can, so that you can get a better result later. Yes, and now the king is almost get mated in a few moves.
Taking everything.
Bishop
Oh, that's
h6,
good.
yeah, yeah.
That's really nice. And just play the checkmate if you're Kosteniuk.
Yep. And oh, you have to keep checking because the f1 queen is under attack. Oh, but you can just take on b5, yeah.
She does this, but it's taking so much time. I feel like she had a quicker way if she kept her queen on the board. But wow, a resignation. I think that was a bad decision from Kosteniuk.
Well, I think she was just being graciously, accepting the fact she's not over pressing the fact that she has to waste so much time to get to waste the time of the remaining match. Okay, we are back to the bishop opening again.
We are back there, and I'm just got to say that in a SCC match like this, you need to be shameless. Who cares if you're wasting time? That's what you have to do. But we are back to this opening. It gave her a great win, did Alexandra Kosteniuk, right out of the 3+1 time control, and she's covering the D5 score with all her pieces now.
Right, right. Yes, she's having a very good approach in this one. Yeah, I like this idea with Bishop B2. It didn't happen before. Well, it happened in the second Bishop opening game that they played, but it wasn't like that on the first game. Okay, doubling up the rook on the D file. I like this idea.
And I like what Black did, bring the knight to G5. It looks like an aggressive piece. Is she going to sack on H3? I don't think it works, but it's very tempting to do that when you're in must-win territory.
Yes, but I don't think it's enough an attack when you're sacrificing like that. So, Vaishali, I think I like this idea. G6, you are stopping everything with knight f5, knight h5, and possibly preparing for f5.
F5 would be a very adventurous choice. It'd be probably a good choice from Black. H5 or F5, both in the air. Black can push pawns forward. And look at the clock. Vaishali is up over 10 seconds, now approaching 15. Good news for her. Bishop takes H3 is so much more tempting now because my knight forks you with knight F4 at the end.
Exactly. Yeah, I like that idea now. Now it gives a clear intention, but h5 is on the board. So yeah, she's still thinking to play a little bit more calmly, but oh, that h7 with a question mark.
Bishop H6. Is there going to be a knight takes H5? And all of a sudden it's the Black king under attack. Uh-oh, she retreats instead of going on the offensive.
Right. I think also Alexandra doesn't want to play with any risk, because the position is quite solid for her. She doesn't want to have to force the matters because it is Vaishali's job to do it, not Alexandra. Knight e2, I think they just keep shuffling the pieces.
But Black is doing okay here. I see the Eva bar saying otherwise, but I'm looking at this position and I mean it looks quite decent for Black, whose only weakness is this D6 pawn.
Right, yes. And wow, knight g5. How to deal with the pawns in the center? Can you even push it at some point?
Oh, D5, that's a move that needs to be considered, but knight C5, I guess, could be a response. So rook E7, I like that first step. Oh, rook D7, knight C5 now would be a tactic.
But now, how to protect the d6 pawn? Oh, king h7. Of course, it's a question mark. You can take on d6 if you want to.
What is happening? Both players are just avoiding that D6 pawn. But Vaishali got herself down to 2 seconds. And rook D6, she was knight G5 tactics.
Yes, if knight takes now, yeah, queen has to take. But now it's just winning for Alexandra. This position is going to play by itself.
And I think for Vaishali, this game now resigned. It's a 5-point lead for Kosteniuk once more. As long as there's 1 second left of the match clock, a game can start, but it might already be too late for Vaishali.
Yes, 5-point lead, and we don't really have much time left on the clock. Yeah, I think Alexandra is likely to be the winner of this match.
This is looking great for her and for Vaishali. She needs to win this game and win it quickly. And right now, she's sacrificed a pawn out of the opening. And I fear for the Black King. This could be a quick game if Alexandra is not careful.
Yes, and bishop c4, such a nice looking move. It's stopping the king from castling. a6, can you take it? Yes, you can. And
You
now the
certainly-
king doesn't have castling right.
No, rook e2. What a strange move that is.
Nah.
Black is all the time. It's too much activity.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I think Vaishali is losing it right now. She understands the current match situation, and she knows that it's very hard for her to come back.
Yeah, the problem is she needs to win every game, but she also needs to win every game in like no time at all. So she is forced to play instantly, and that's when you make mistakes.
Yeah. Wow. So this bullet portion, Kosteniuk already won 3-1. So it shows that even though she doesn't like it, she's still, like what I said, still one of the best players in the bullet.
She's absolutely locked in. I mean, her concentration is unparalleled. She is determined, and this knight on e2, by the way, looks just about trapped. So that's something that has gone a bit wrong for her. But she's playing an excellent, excellent match.
Right. So rook e1, f3, yes, trying to break open the king. And now how to deal with this knight on e2 being pinned. Ooh, that was a question mark. And now the knight is trapped.
Wow, the knight is trapped in enemy territory. I would give up my rook for the bishop, and then get my knight out of here and just play on. Don't resign. Play this game out till checkmate because she
Ooh,
resigned.
but Kosteniuk resigned.
That is,
This is something that you should ask later in the interview, Robert. If Alexandra wins this,
yeah, I just feel like you're giving your opponent time to win a few games and maybe, just maybe, have enough seconds remaining to get a last game in. I think she should be playing these out.
I think so too. Yeah, yeah. I like what you said. You could just take the knight like that and then get away with your knight and keep playing on, even though it's look like very, very much losing. But there's still all the reason for you to keep playing on.
Yeah, it's not like a classical game where your opponent has an hour to think. Here, you need to play quickly. You need to waste time because there's a certain time allotment. And e5 played here by Alexandra. She's has a nice looking position all of a sudden, but Black has a powerful center.
Yeah, so I think I can call it, it's like a shameless strategy, right? You mentioned it before. You have to be shameless in the Speed Chess Championship because this is one of the best strategies that you can pull out to win the match.
And it looks like Vaishali has a good position here. She stole a pawn. She goes queen h4. This rook on e1 is hanging. It's easy to forget that this is not protected. And she goes bishop d2, does Alexandra. Good play. And rook a6. Love me a good rook lift.
Right. And also Vaishali has a good time management. Look at that, 53 seconds only, and she's up for 20 seconds.
Queen f7?
There's a
Queen
background
d8.
mate, yeah?
Queen d8 saves everything.
Yeah, also rook f6 as well. Oh, sorry, queen c7 is there. Yeah, queen d8 has to be played.
And look how quickly Alexandra played queen e7 as the follow-up. She wants those queens off the board. She wants a rook on the 7th rank. All of this makes perfect sense. And she's also forcing Vaishali to think. That might be the most important part.
Right, yes. And now everything is traded off. And yeah, Black's still looking like having a better position. g5 is such a good move. Bishop f6 controlling everything. Another trade maybe coming up soon.
The king getting back to f8 is very important. This rook at some point to e6, but the a5 pawn is loose. I'm just looking at the match clock, 4 minutes and 18 seconds, and I'm looking at this game, and suddenly it's turning in Vaishali's favor, and she's playing at a lightning pace.
Yes, yes. But I still feel that it might be too late for a comeback for Vaishali. But of course, you have to keep trying. You have to keep trying until the end.
Yeah, definitely you do. And if you're Alexandra, even if you're losing, do not resign. Do not resign.
Which she has done twice, if I'm not mistaken, when she was losing, where she could have kept playing on, but she just resigned.
And now she's not even losing anymore. So this game, Alexandra down to 13 seconds, but she's the one who is improving her chances. And there's nothing that I see. There's no breakthrough. F3 type of move is tempting, but I think the white king's the perfect location.
Right, yes. But this is not an easy endgame to play on because it's still, even though the e-file bar shows it's equal, but come on, there's so many things going on the board, like with all the pawns on F3 and G4 as well.
And with a 4-point lead and under 3 minutes remaining, I actually thought the lead was 3 points. So if it's 4 points, then yeah, this match, of course, is in the books in Alexandra's favor. So her resignations, they're not going to dictate the result overall. And she's not going to resign this game because she's not even losing. Now she's winning. Rook takes
Oh, just take on D6 and Bishop F4. Oh, Alexandra missed another tactic there.
Yes, she did.
There was a position there. Yeah.
She's up 2 pawns, and she's probably like, whatever. I'm going to win this match anyway. MC4.
Right. Yes. There's no risk in white's position here. You could just take here, take there, and at least there's a draw. But of course, Alexandra is aiming to win this.
And the bishop on c5 stops the b pawn, but the d4 pawn is now lost. Bishop
And
f8
rook
check.
b4.
Yeah, white had bishop f8 check to win the bishop instead of taking the pawn, and now black has winning chances. It will take maybe the rest of this match clock to win this game.
Oh, wow. This is something that Vaishali doesn't like to do because, yeah, Alexandra will keep playing on. And even without 2 pawns, it's still going to be quite tricky endgame with rook and bishop versus rook.
By the way, the black king is almost checkmated now, and Vaishali barely getting her moves off in time, but she is in a drawn position, but only 1 minute 45 seconds on the match clock. So even if she draws this, the match is Kosteniuk's.
Right, yes. Well, okay, now Kosteniuk is a pawn up, and okay, this is a drawing position, but you have to still be careful. And wow, we don't have much time left for Vaishali to win a game, but yeah, Kosteniuk will keep playing on and on.
Yeah, why not? Now that we're on move 87, keep playing this till move 120, then make a pawn push, and then keep going. You can waste the entire match clock. And we've seen Hikaru do that before. It's not rude, it's just smart.
Yeah, it's a strategy. It's a strategy, so everyone has to accept it. Yeah. And yeah, this is the field leader defense in this type of, hang on, isn't it? This is still drawing, right?
Oh, wrong side.
No,
She went
it's
the
not.
wrong-
It's not. Yeah, she
Yeah,
has
now
to
it's-
stay on the 6th ranked, and now this is losing.
Oh, but now
It's
it's a
now
draw.
another draw.
What just happened?
Whoa.
Why did the eval bar change? But Alexandra smiles and she knows that this match is over and everything that could possibly go her way is. I mean, Vaishali can't catch a single break.
Right. Oh, it could also, I mean, Vaishali maybe just resigned because she wants to play another match. But we don't really have, we are just under a minute. We only have a few seconds left, and this is the last game in their match.
The last game of the match, and every single game does have monetary value attached to it because the prize fund is such that in each match, 50% goes to the winner. The other 50% is split by win percentage. So if Vaishali gets a win here, she probably earns herself a couple $100 more.
Right. Yes. Yeah. That's a good point. Yeah. The monetary reason is very important as well. And I think we also can invite our chat to prepare for their questions because we are going to interview both Kosteniuk and Vaishali after the match.
Yes, that's a great call out by you. Please ask your questions. We tend to feature a few of them. So ask any question, well, any good question on your mind. I don't want to give you any opportunity to ask whatever you want. But this position, another one where Kosteniuk is in the driver's seat. I think bishop takes c3 is available here to get 2 minor pieces for a rook. Rook c2, a mistake, but it doesn't change the match overall.
Yes. So whatever happens in this game, Kosteniuk will emerge as the victor, and she is going to face our world number 1 Yifan in the semifinal.
Yeah, so for Alexandra, she was talking about in the interviews, well, the first match, she's playing on a laptop from an unfamiliar location. It's not your ideal setup. But her second one against Yifan, that not going to be under ideal circumstances either because Alexandra's playing in the European Team Championship. She's representing Switzerland there, and she's doing double duty. She's both there playing over the board and here playing online.
Yeah, I will definitely keep an eye on her game tonight. I don't know who she is going to play against, but I will clearly look at the game and then see how she performs.
Wait, today's not a rest day? Oh my goodness, I didn't think about that. That I thought like, oh, it's a rest day. She's a day off. If she's a game after this in classical chess, that's wild. But she did just officially win the match by a 5-point spread. So congratulations are in order to Alexandra Kosteniuk.
Right. Very well done by Alexandra Kosteniuk, but it's also a very well performance by Vaishali. Maybe this is not her tournament yet, but I'm sure she will up for many better chances in the future.
Absolutely. She's only starting her chess career is Vaishali, but Alexandra Kosteniuk, the chess queen, she's been a force for a long time now, and she still has it. So she wins this match to advance to the semifinals. She's likely getting ready for the interview, so we see her putting on her headphones. She's a content creator and streamer after all, but she's also a champion today. She beat Vaishali by the score of 13-8.
Yeah, amazing performance by Kosteniuk, and also amazing person as well. Look at how many she does, and she does everything in a very excellent manner.
So what a performance from Alexandra. Chat, once again, ask your questions. We are going to take a quick break, but when we return, Alexandra Kosteniuk will join us. This is the Julius Baer Women's Speeches Championship. We'll be right back.
Dude, it's impossible to not hear you just breathing super loudly.
Okay, fine. I will hold my breath for 3 minutes.
All right, let's go.
Okay,
Let's go
sure.
right now. Got the
Ready?
chess clock app right here. Almost there. And you did it.
What can you do for 3 minutes?
My wife says not a lot, but I can plank.
Keep that big butt down. Dude, nice.
2, 1, you did it. Wow. I feel better. Oh, yeah. You were timing me?
Yeah, you were in there for 30
Oh,
minutes.
man.
Let's
Sorry.
play some chess and get some dinner.
Let's do it.
Time odds?
Yeah.
Okay. You bring a clock?
Oh, I left my clock at home.
Dude, you idiot. I told you to bring it.
Let's just go get something to eat.
Okay. Download the new Chess.com clock app so you can time yourself playing chess or whatever other dumb stuff you and your friends do.
We developed a knight out to f6, and after nearly any of white's moves, for example, short castle, we play b5, bishop to b3, and bishop c5, and this is the introduction to the Archangel. My name is Fabian Caruana, and I'm a chess grandmaster, and here I welcome you to my course, Caruana's Ruy Lopez Dark Archangel. This course will provide you with a full repertoire with the black pieces against the Ruy Lopez. So let's say after h5, white plays h3, because white can always take on b6. Black plays h4, bishop h2, g4. We've seen this idea, we need to open up the king side. We need to play for the initiative. Take, and we take with the knight. And the idea is to play h3. We also always have the option to take on h2, and if knight takes b6, rook b6, it doesn't really change anything, because we still have many attacking pieces. Knight on g4, knight on g6, pawn h3 coming, and rook h8 coming. All of black's army is actually concentrated at white's king side.
We are back here at the Julius Baer Women's Speed Chess Championship, and we're delighted to be joined by Alexandra Kosteniuk. The chess queen just won her opening match here at the WSCC. Alexandra, congratulations. How are you feeling right now?
Thank you. Well, I feel pretty tired. I've been having this feeling, since I love men and since I can't stop playing. It just the show must go on every day, and I prepare and I play. And well, hopefully in a week I'm gonna have a break.
Wow. Alexandra, just tell me just exactly how you're so good at everything you do. Like you're first of all, you're a chess player, you're also a content creator, you're a chess traveler, and you're also a mom, and then you're doing everything so well. So share us some secret about that.
Well, thank you for a compliment, but I've been struggling with my chess lately, and it's such a delightful feeling actually to win a few games, and I've enjoyed some of the games of the match a lot. So yeah, and I was happy today with my level of concentration. Of course, there were some blunders, but overall. I was happy about my play and about combining all the things. Well, I've always, enjoyed having many projects in my life, but I must tell you that recently I had to, cut a lot of projects because I just feel that the energy level is not the same anymore. So I really need to choose where I want to focus at this moment. But yeah, being a professional chess player nowadays and trying to be a mom in my free time is more than enough.
Well, Alexandra, we heard your interview where you said that you don't take anything for granted. You're delighted with every win. Does a match win like this energize you? Because you do seem pretty happy right now.
Yeah, it definitely does. Because I haven't had a lot of victories lately. Chess winning a chess game seems almost like a mission impossible to me. So I've struggled a lot on Isle of Man and in the Grand Swiss. I couldn't win a single game, or like a single decent game. It's not about only just winning, but about the level of your play. Sometimes making a draw is fine, but the question is how you make this a draw. So, and right now I'm in the European Team Championship, and first three games of mine also ended in a draw. So, so I said to myself, okay, I don't know how this match is gonna go, but what I can be sure that about that I'm gonna win at least a few games, and it might, give me back my confidence, because if you're not winning, you start questioning yourself whether you're capable actually of winning a chess game. So it's nice. It's a nice feeling, yeah, to actually win a few games and a match.
Well, you won more than just a few, and you earned that match victory. And we had a question about when you returned from the break after the 5 minute. You played this bishop's opening line. You blitzed it out. Was that preparation? Can you let us in on that secret?
No, not at all. Because actually, when I'm playing from home, I have my computer, like streaming computer from where I play, and in between, the games, I usually check the openings. But here, I only have my laptop, and I didn't have a possibility to check any openings. So, right, I tried not to let her play d5. I failed, but then then at least I developed because in the first bishop opening game, it was such a terrible game. And at least I was happy that, okay, maybe she managed to play d5. She has a 2 bishop advantage, but at least all my pieces are developed, and queen g4, knight f5 seems as a very nice idea.
Wow, I was already impressed before, but now you're saying that you only have your laptop, you didn't check anything, and then you come up with a better solution in that bishop opening is just even more impressive to me. Well done once again. But I have another question. In the bullet section, you saw that Vaishali was hanging her queen, and yet you didn't take the queen. You played bishop d7, and we saw on the camera that you smiled it away. So tell us about it.
Well, I saw a second later. I mean, in the bullet portion, sometimes you enter the mode where your hand just makes the moves faster than your brain actually anticipates what's going on. So, I mean, it's not like a clear bullet, right? It's 1+1, so you really need to think and focus and hear clearly. I had a plan in mind, and nobody could could disturb my plan. I mean, who cares about the hanging queen? And so yeah, I made a move, and instantly I saw the queen hanging, and well, okay. And then of course it kind of disturbed my focus and concentration. I couldn't get back into the game. It was not, although I had chances in this game, but I mean, still, it would have been better to take the queen. Yeah.
I think we can all agree that a free queen, should be taken. But Alexandra,
definitely.
you were concentrated to the very end. You played a great match. And tomorrow, there's a pretty tough match for you. You're playing against Yifan. How do you feel heading into the WSCC semifinals against an opponent like her?
Well, it's going to be a deja vu moment because last year I lost to Yifan in the semifinals. And well, it's always a pleasure to play against her, and I will just want to improve my last year's result. I don't remember how many points I got, but I lost the match. So I will just try to do my best. And again, as long as I enjoy myself, I mean, the result, we cannot control it, right? So, but as long as I enjoy my level of playing, it's more than enough. Unfortunately, there is a free day in the tournament tomorrow in the European Team Championship, and I will be playing chess. So no free day for me. But yeah, luckily my team let me rest today, so I'm not playing this afternoon, which is a big relief. Of course, it would be very difficult to play in 2 hours now.
Right. Wow. So, okay, still talking about the bullet portion of the match, because in the interview you said that this is not your favorite part of the WSCC, and yet you still dominated the whole match. And I think this is a lesson for us, Robert. If your opponent says that they are not good at something, you have to watch out. Maybe they're best at it. So
I don't think
after
I don't
this,
think I don't think I said I'm not good. I mean, I said probably I don't enjoy it, and it's a big difference. But again,
there's a big
1+1
difference.
is
My apologies.
yeah, 1+1 is not the same thing as 1-0. I mean, 1-0 is completely, I just can't. I mean, it's so ridiculous to my eyes. But okay, in 1+1, at least you're trying, to play a game of chess. And of course you fail all the time, but okay, we do fail in classical over the board chess as well. So, but yeah, I can't say that I enjoy it very much, but okay, at least it's fast.
It was fast, it was furious, and you did very well in it. And we did also ask our chat for questions, and we have a featured chat from Kasia asking, Alexandra, is it hard for you to play a quick time control now that you've been playing in classical chess?
No, it's not hard at all. It's such a delightful feeling, because it's just faster. I mean, when you're running low on energy and when you're tired, it's easier to focus on a shorter time control game than just prepare for like 3-4 hours, go and play a 4 or 5 hours game. It's tough. I mean, nowadays. And in Blitz, you can just play, then think how to improve your play, and or try something else that you haven't studied before. I mean, it's really sometimes it's a pure improvisation, while in a classical over the board chess, it's harder.
Well, I'm glad you had
Wow.
fun. Seriously, it was a joy to
Yes.
watch. Sorry, go ahead, Irene.
No, no, no. I'm just going to say good luck for Alexandra for her match tomorrow. Again, that should be a free day for her at the European Team Championship. But because her passion on chess, she has no free day, and then she's going to take the world number one on her free day. So best of luck. I'll be watching for sure. And yes, Robert.
No, I echo your sentiments, Alexandra. Great luck to you, and also please enjoy the rest of your day off. I know it's stressful watching your teammates, so please try to have some free time to yourself if you can.
Yes, thank you, and thank you, Robert. I will try. Yes.
All right, thank you so much, Alexandra. Congratulations
Thank
again.
you.
Always awesome to have the chess queen, Alexandra Kosteniuk, on. She won her match, and we are going to have Vaishali on for an interview. So if you have any questions for Vaishali, we're bringing her on next. This is the Julius Baer Women's Speed Chess Championship, and we'll be back in just a few. We are back here at the Julius Baer Women's Speed Chess Championship, and it's always a treat to be joined by Vaishali. Vaishali, apologies that the match didn't go your way. What do you feel went wrong for you?
Yeah, I had some good positions, but I think I spoiled. I think with less time on clock, I did not play so well. Yeah, that was the thing.
Yeah, there are some moments in your games. Yeah, we noticed that you were dominating the game, you were in control of the game, but when the time ticking down, when you're under like a few seconds left on the clock, you start making blunders and mistakes, and that costs you the games and also the match. So, is Is it something to do with all your past tournaments in recently, because you've been playing so much classical chess, and maybe you got a little bit out of touch with speed chess?
Yeah, in a way, yes. Like, okay, no excuses, but I didn't practice so much with the mouse in the recent times. I didn't play so many online events. Uh, Probably I should have played some training bullets or blitz before coming to the match, but I didn't do that. Yeah, it's a lesson, yeah. And maybe next time, if I get to play some tournaments like this, I should practice some games beforehand.
Well, Vaishali, you've been so busy earning grandmaster norms and winning tournaments and going on your way to the candidates. So, first of all, huge congratulations, because I haven't been able to say that to you directly. But also, I think a lot of people would want to know, like, how did you break through like this? Because you've been strong for a while, but now you had a huge breakthrough performance in your last couple events. What do you feel has changed in your game?
Thank you for the wishes. I don't know, like, uh, okay, particularly this year hasn't been so good. Like, but in the last few tournaments, I was able to play well. Maybe a change in the mindset, or I don't know. Like, I kept working, and somehow it just worked in the last few tournaments.
I see. I'm very curious about your brother, because I mentioned in my commentary that at some opening repertoire, you and your brother are sharing the notes. Is that correct? Can you validate my commentary there?
Some fights, yes. Yeah.
And it makes sense. I mean, have a brother next door who can give you some pointers. We get that. And I mean, Vaishali, as you are heading towards the candidates, one question from our chat from Krishna 21234 is, well, have you started thinking about your team? Have you started forming that preparation process?
Oh yes, we started discussing about it. Yeah, it's been like few days, and somehow it was like quite hectic in the last few days. I think slowly we'll get to the candidates preparation.
Right. Yes. And wow, candidates is still, it's about 6 months away from now, and it is should be one of the most important events in your life, Vaishali. And I just wish you the best of luck there. And Pragnanana will also be there. It's awesome. Will you be taking your mom as well?
Yes, definitely. uh, yeah, it's going to be a very special event for both of us. Also, this is the first time both men and women candidates happening together, so we are taking our mother for sure.
That will be an amazing event. As a family, it sounds like a nice but also an important trip for you. And we're sorry that your experience here at the WSCC has come to an end. But I guess, are you rooting for anybody with just the four players left? Do you have a favorite?
Uh, Maybe I would love like to see Arika win the tournament.
Yeah, I think that was such an expected answer too, Robert. Yeah, Harika is through to the semifinal and will be facing off Kateryna Lagno, and the winner of their match will be facing off the winner of Yifan versus Alexandra Kosteniuk.
For sure. Well, Vaishali, we really appreciate you coming on for an interview despite the loss. But seriously, huge, huge, huge congratulations with all your recent successes. And we're so excited to see what's next for you. So thank you so much for stopping by. And please have a great rest of your night, okay?
Thank you very much.
And that is Vaishali for you all. We're used to seeing her winning her events. Unfortunately, today she was facing a really strong opponent in Alexandra Kosteniuk, a determined Alexandra Kosteniuk. So the chess queen moves on to take on Ho Yifan. Irene, we have 4 names left, and any one of these players could win this tournament.
Anyone. Again, it is a toss-up match, and those players, the 4 semifinalists, they are female grandmasters. There is a slight subtlety there. They're all female grandmasters, and they're all very experienced players. I just cannot wait to see every of the matches, Robert, because it's going to be very instructive. It's going to be very interesting and entertaining as well. It is a pleasure to be hosting one with you today in the last quarterfinal matchup. And yeah, all the best for the rest of the commentary.
Yeah, the pleasure is all mine, and I just have to say it's such a treat to watch players of this caliber go at it for hours in this format. And Alexandra Kosteniuk really brought her A game today. She was clearly quite expressive and happy with her play. But if she plays this way again against Yifan, Irene, do you think she has very legitimate chances to take her down?
Exactly. I mean, the way how Alexandra played today is super, super impressive. To be playing against such a player like Vaishali, it is such a dominant performance by Alexandra. But Hou Yifan was not born yesterday, so I believe Hou Yifan will also be playing her A-level game, and we will see who is going to emerge as a victor.
Yeah, it seems like Yifan, she woke up in the second half of her match against Paulina Shuvalva. She took her down and now is in the semifinal. So that will be exciting. That will be tomorrow. So for all of you who've been watching today, thank you so much. We always appreciate your support and viewership. And stay tuned because there's much more chess ahead. Tomorrow, there will be Alexandra Kosteniuk against Hou Yifan. And of course, we'll also have Kateryna Lagno against Harika Dronavale. This is the Julius Baer Women's Speedchess Championship. We appreciate you. See you next time.
Bye.